Welcome, members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? For those that tune in on Restream, YouTube, Facebook, and those who follow my several TikToks under ACS895. Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters Open Mic Night. Let's try and do something a little bit different where we name a topic of what we're going to speak, and then whoever's going to be in the panel can discuss about it, do something a little bit different. Of course, we're always up to hear somebody's story, but I'm thinking if we can name a topic or bring something up and talk about it, whoever joins the panel. That's what I'm thinking about. We're going to do a little bit different tonight. That's what I'm thinking. So how's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody's doing great. What I'm going to do is share this live feed to the groups that I share with. I know I'm running like an hour late, but I was handling some business. So how's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody's is doing great and in high spirits. Let me share out this live to the groups that allow me to share. How you doing, Brother Joel Burgers? Hope you're doing great. I'm well, brother. I'm hanging in there. There we are. I'll share it out. See who's up tonight. So we got any night owls or see who shows up here tonight to the live feed. So how are you, Joel? I hope you're doing great, brother. Oh, it's 6 a.m. in the morning over there. Okay, brother. Sounds good, man. What I'll do is I'll post a picture from yesterday. For meanwhile, see who shows up here. Picture dealing with what we unraveled on Werewolf Wednesday. Well, I'll place a short reel. How about that? Why not? There it is right there. How you doing, Dick? I am well. Sharing the footage that we shared yesterday here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters for Werewolf Wednesday. That's a show reel right there that I created. You can find the show reel on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on YouTube, and spirit. You can find it on TikTok under APCS895, where I've created. I got my account on TikTok there, and it's got a bunch of short reels of, the when we do videos, I create short reels. I still got to create more short reels. It's just trying to get used to using the CPAP machine that I just got, and man, this it's not working for me. It's like the more I use it, the more exhausted I feel, which it's like it feels like to me I don't get the energy to do what I normally do to get my workouts out of the way and stuff like that. So for right now, while I'm waiting to see who jumps on here, that's gonna be my co-host right there on the panel right now is this black werewolf, lycanthrope, shapeshifter, skinwalker, whatever you want to call it. You can see where it's turning his head to the right, and it shows his eyes. Yeah, there's this weather, man. It's been real hot here in Texas. Got to stay hydrated. It takes a lot. I try to stay indoors. I don't know how my wife does it. She where she works is real hot. The Me, I'm just asleep during the day. Just put it that way, and I'm up at night doing this doing spiritual encrypted encounters. So you can see I don't do it for the money, man. It's not about the money for me. Is never has been. It's more of sharing my wisdom and knowledge to the community. Whether people want to see the spiritual aspect of things or not. That's what I do here in spiritual encrypted encounters. That's why I name it spiritual encrypted encounters, and I get images that other people are not getting. Uh, they're not using their spiritual capabilities, you know, to be able to capture the things that I capture, the movement that they do. And I'm like, this one here, I give credit to my brother because he went up ahead and I gave him the phone, and I just told him to scan with the phone, and he's the one that caught this image here, which is my brother. Uh, he was out there with me this day, and he captured this image because it was right in front of him. And I told him normally, if you're sensing something and your hairs are standing up, start moving the phone around because something surfaced up there near you, and it's gonna show itself. And this is the image he caught because he had the phone in his hand. So this capture here, even though I was there, I said let's go to this location because it's an image is something. My brother captured this image here. So I guess the spiritual gifts run in the family. This is my older brother that caught this image right here. This is what we got here. We got Scott Baker. How you doing, brother? Scott Baker. We got Bounty, Sister Madeline. His brother Joel. Yeah, this picture is all credit to my brother because I was told to go to this area, but my brother's instincts is what. When I seen his hair stand up the way it did, I knew there was something in there. It's kind of like when you go fishing, right? You throw your fishing rod, and all of a sudden your pole bends, and say, "Hey, I got a fish," and you pull it and you reel it in. Well, where the way his hair stood up, I said, "Hey man, start moving the camera around. I move it around to see what we capture." Because I knew something was there because I seen his hair stand up and he could feel it. There's something there, and it smelled real nasty. It smelled like death, like something was dead there, and we were able to capture it. Well, he captured this image, so it's kind of like as is hanging with me, his spiritual instincts, or you could say getting more keen. I believe he's always had them. It's just keen. Listen to people that trying to tell you you're not capable of doing this, or you're not capable of doing that. We're all children of God. We're all capable of doing things in this manner. It just depends what kind of relationship with the Heavenly Father. If you even have a relationship with Him, if you maintain your Heavenly Love Foundation, of course. As you can see, we always get tested spiritually, where people is trying to test our kindness, our heart. You know, we had a little bit of some of that last night, so I addressed that issue on the video yesterday. I'm a good person, but you know, it's kind of like you can see the nose and everything, the eyes, the ears, as it's turning its head and it's looking towards the end. Yeah, let me see how I can pause that video towards the end so y'all can see. I was just trying to show you that it's moving its head. Because it's to be on the box. So for whoever missed it yesterday, I'm showing. I know people work and stuff like that. I'm showing what I captured yesterday, right there. And in a moment, I'll drop a link. Whoever wants to join. But that's from Werewolf Wednesday. You can see it moving its head to the right. I created a short reel. That short reel is on TikTok under HCS895, and it's placed on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters short reels. Trying to catch up to the comments, y'all. Y'all thought I was going to do one tonight? It's been a blessed day. That's all I can tell you. For me, I got me some good rest. Yeah, it's a DDN, a Dogman, Lycanthrope, whatever you want to call it. I'll pause it in a moment so y'all can see the nose and stuff. I'm just showing you that it's moving that it's turning its head. It's turning its head to the right. What's up, Primo Gilbert? Awesome, brother Scott Baker. Sorry you're going through that, Dick Richards. Prayers for you to heal, for the Heavenly Father to block those frequencies. Yeah, you know, it just feels like I sleep better without the mask. Even though they say this and this, It's like, to me, I feel I get better rest without the mask, even though it's supposed to help you. I don't feel rested. I feel more rested when I don't use it. It's good for your cousin. Gotta get the body going. We got somebody named Jumpsuit Paranormal. So yeah, I'm just sharing this show reel for those who missed it yesterday. I'm gonna pause it. I think I get some close-ups of it. I was just showing you the show reel, So I figure I'll do that. In a moment, I'm gonna drop a link to whoever wants to jump on. I'm thinking about doing a little bit different. I know people have stories to share and stuff like that. But I was thinking about naming a topic, naming something, whether it's scripted or paranormal, and so like that everybody can partake in the conversation. But I did say it's open mic night tonight, so we'll see how we do it. I just feel trying to mix it up a little bit, because there's so many things we can discuss about, and I think it'll be a great show that way. And for those who wasn't here yesterday, here's another image with me in it, and you can see the big one standing behind me. This one is from Elms Grove. I was sharing it yesterday. There's actually like three of them here. One there, one here, one there. Let me do a little close up of it. There we go. I'll leave that one up for right now. Uh, Thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate everybody that pops in daily. Keeps me motivated to continue to do the shows. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna refresh the link from when I started. Put a fresh link. Thank you. Well, you can see them. There's three of them. I was gonna create a short reel of it, just so people could see it. This is the real thing here when it comes out to dark shadow figures, cryptids, whatever you want to call them, DDN. This picture here is 100% is an old picture. This picture's from, well, this one was taken like around 2015 or 2016. I say it more like 2016, and that's from the path in Elms Grove. That's a close up of it right there. But you could the other picture is, it'll show you how big it truly is. Like I said, we can do a more of a close up of it right there. There's three of them. There's one here, one there, and one over here. Three faces. All right. So I'm dropping a link for whoever's here. Wants to jump on. Yeah, this is from yesterday. The short reel was captured recently. This is an old picture, but when I looked at it, I said, "Man, I see it right. I see it right there behind me." I was thinking about creating a short reel for it. I don't know yet. Good night, primo. Good night, brother Dick. Peace out. All right. Did I drop the link? Oh, there it is. I think that's the link. Let me double check again. There it is. Yeah, I have a lot of pictures, brother and sisters, that I could work on, make short reels out of them. Looking through my old pictures that I have on Positive Spiritualist and Cryptid Encounters, I have a lot of pictures there where I can create short reels of things that I've captured in the past. You know, uh, most of these pictures I captured it because I was fighting spiritually. I guess it's unseen forces. People call them the Legion. I call them DDN, unclean spirits, demonic spirits. When you're being overwhelmed and they're coming at you, you got to capture some kind of evidence in some kind of way, shape, or form. I used to have a lot of EVPs with they're saying a lot of bad things, bad words and what they're going to do and stuff like that. Go into prayer, uh, and there was a lot of pictures that were so demonic. Just put it this way, they were so demonic because of the creatures that were in there that I would get rid of the camera itself with the pictures because I didn't want to take the unclean spirit that I caught on camera or video home. I think there was some in there that were that could have made it big time, but I got rid of them because, like I said, I had to protect my home where my family was. My son, my nephews, my nieces. Didn't want to bring anything to capture in the woods home, but there was one where it literally I heard something growl beside me, and I took a picture. And in the picture, when I looked at it, where I was standing right beside it, it was looking at me, and it was like right beside me, and he had his mouth open, showing me all his teeth. The demon was. So I looked at the camera, and I started praying the Our Father, and I grabbed the camera and I launched it. Yeah, that one was a pretty nasty looking, and he had a bunch of teeth. He literally had his mouth open while it was growling at me, and you could see all the teeth in his mouth. like it was like right beside me. I'm talking about not even a couple of inches, like probably 12 to 24 inches away from me. That's how close it was, right beside me. Oh yeah, it's just pretty bad there. You know when you're being targeted by something and you don't have the understanding of what you're going through, especially when it's spiritual. Normally, when somebody go through something, there's always say it's a physical thing, right? Well, it's something I can get over it. All I got to do this and that. But when it's spiritual, and if you don't got the spiritual answers to understand what you're going through, then it's that much harder for you to come out of that spiritual attack, spiritual bondage. Uh, is that much harder for you if you don't have understanding of how to not just how to get out of it, but if you have a spiritual opening and you don't know about it, how are you going to get rid of this unclean spirits if they see that opening as a opening door or window to attack you? Yeah, spiritual warfare is very real, brothers and sisters. And there's so many openings. Some have the problem of drinking, some have the problem of drugs. All those are openings that they can use you to come up against people in a negative way. Yes, pretty bad, Sister Madeline. That's why, man, I know everybody's gone through something, right? Everybody's been through something in their lives. Not here to say that you might have seen something, that you might have experienced something, because most you probably did see something. You probably did experience something, but sometimes when you see things, and that's how this unclean spirits work. If they show you a manifestation, for example, of a dog man or a Bigfoot, and then you're looking at them, you're like, "What's that?" That looks like a werewolf, or that looks like a Sasquatch. Then the manifestations keep on changing. That looks like a dark shadow figure. You're like looking. They keep on changing manifestation. So that's a go, man. Um, oh, that's part part human and part wolf, and they keeps on changing manifestations on you. They do that for the fear factor, first of all, but to deceive you, to make you think that what you're witnessing is real. Once you start believing what you're witnessing is real, that's when they attack, because you're giving it the power of belief. Oh yeah, and that was Angel. There's times where I could hear running towards me. I'm talking about branches are breaking, and you could see the branches breaking, the sounds of branches breaking on the ground, and something's coming through the woods, coming at you full speed, and you get your guards up because you think it's gonna attack you, and then it just stops, like maybe 2 feet, 3 feet away from you. Let me get some water real quick. And then you're looking, and the sun's already setting, and it's getting dark, and you're looking at the spot where you heard it stop, and then you hear a freaking growl coming out of there, and you still got your guards up. You start backing away slowly, right? Uh, I used to go in there with this guy Baker.
Then you
You know, I,
the
I
celebrity
there with
setting
a
is
with a EVP recorder. recording, right?
you heard it stop.
Just to see
Then you
if
heard for anything
wherever the
else.
growl was coming, that if it was saying something. Uh, Sometimes it would say get out. Sometimes it would cuss at me, say bad words. But it's like always when you hear something running towards you, you feel it's going to attack because that's what they do. Or they can run from behind you. You hear somebody running, you can hear the footsteps, and then all of a sudden they stop, you turn around, there's nobody behind you. Or you can hear footsteps running around you, like literally running around you. So how you doing today, brother Scott?
Hey, pretty good. How's everybody out there in YouTube land?
Somebody said they're hearing feedback, brother Scott. Do you have something on, or
No, but am I okay now?
somebody said Scott, close your YouTube on your computer?
Yeah, I did that already.
Uh,
Am I okay now, or do I have to log out again?
I can hear you.
Yeah, sometimes there's a intermittent, if you don't log out quick, you get that feedback thing. So
Yeah, it sounds like something, but I don't know where it's coming from. Let me check my end here.
am I okay, everybody, or do I have to log out again?
Oh, they're saying it's better.
Yeah.
They say it's fine now. Yeah, was you here yesterday, brother Scott?
Yeah, I was, but I had to leave. Well, I got home late last night, like at 10, I think. And then I listened. I didn't come on. I just listened, and then I went to bed because I know you go on forever at night. So I signed off, or I just left because I was like super tired.
Yeah. I was thinking about. I don't know. Sometimes when the show goes, the show goes. But try to put like a time limit. Like 2 hours, 3 hours, so won't go too far in. But when we're talking, and time flies by. That's what happens when you're having a
Yeah,
good time and you're just discussing things. The time flies.
yeah, because at night you get all this weirdness that comes out. There's nobody in the daytime got a show like this.
Nobody on the daytime, brother.
No way, man. No way. No way. Yeah, the weirdness starts from 10 o'clock to 4 in the morning, I guess,
That's when I'm up. I've been up a night person for a very long time, since way back when I was a man, as far as I can remember, a teenager. I used to work at Walmart from 12:30 to like around 5 o'clock till 10. And sometimes they would tell me if I want to stay with a night person that does the buffing the floors, and I say sure. So I'll stay all night till 6 in the morning with them. You know, we get locked in the store and we do all this cleaning. And then I joined the military. Same thing. I had jobs overnight shift all throughout the military. Then when I come out of the military, night shift. I had a job where it was like 6 in the afternoon till 8 in the morning. So I'm used to doing the night things.
Yeah, I kind of like second shift because I could sleep more during the daytime. I
Yeah.
had jobs working at, 3 to 11 or whatever, but then, you get home and you don't go to work until 3. So it's like you got so much time to sleep.
Yeah. Yesterday I was having the difficulties where I guess the people were getting booted out. You know, just the internet was acting so bad here in Texas. I guess all throughout the day, my internet kept on going in and out, in and out, just like lose connection, then get connection, lose connection, get connection. Also, you were here to see the pictures that we were showing. What do you think about the picture, brother? Of the Let me see if I can pull it up.
I think
Were you here for
I
those
think
pictures?
I think I made a comment that I saw one. It looked like it had a beak on it. You know, that could have been like a gargoyle or something. You know, that was the one. God, I don't know if it
With the
was
writer?
yesterday, day before. You'd have to show it to me because.
Is it the one that's got the right? Is the writer? Let me see. I think
Oh
this
yeah,
is
the
the one.
rider one was cool because that hand. It was hard for me to differentiate like that picture. Like I said, you know, I'd have to kind of like go back and forth and look at it. But that hand, I mean, that was creepy.
The way the hand was, yeah.
Oh my god.
And I followed
That
the
was-
hand,
oh
and
my
the
god.
writer was right there. You know,
Yeah, I was trying to look at that, and it was hard for me to make any comment. I think because I wasn't on there. I was just making comments written, you know. But I could definitely recognize that hand. You know, that was like really freaky. Oh my god.
yeah, the one with the writer was freaked out, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to think here what I saw in that because I was like looking at trying to because you spent quite a few minutes on that photo and doing the reel and um, it seems like the when you zoom out I get a better visual on that kind of photo than when you zoom in on it. So, I mean, that's my own. Uh, I mean, everybody's eyes are different. I mean, I've had two cataracts done, so and each of them are like different uh, intensities right now. But yeah, I'm trying to think that real.
You talking about this one? Let me
I
share it.
thought I thought there was a lot in there. Like I counted like 4 heads in there. I think.
Because this is the one with the writer, the showreel I created for the writer.
Yeah. I thought I saw like 4. I like counted 4 like faces in there too, besides that hand.
That
But
one, something down here, right?
yeah, they're all over the
Uh,
place. Like,
yeah, the writer's writing that thing. I think I got the video for that with the writer, uh, which is, yeah, if I can find it. Uh,
I mean, it's like an unseen realm where it's it's phasing in, and I mean, what was really going on? I mean, if you could really see in that realm, like the horrifying uh, visualization that you would really get, it
you
probably
see, there
like
was a there
scare.
were. This is the one with the faces, and
Yeah,
there's a writer's hand right there,
I don't
and,
know. Three-handed
there
beast.
it's got like a little hoof.
Yeah, I see that. Well, I see. Okay, to the top left, I see like some kind of gargoyle with that hand riding it. Is that what you're
Yeah,
talking about? That
yeah.
lizard or with the horn on it? And yeah, you
You
know
know,
what, Dave? I just saw that now.
okay, because there's a writer right here that's writing it. Look, I'm gonna play. See, there he is right here. Because the thing's gonna be here, but he's right there on the. See him? His
Nah,
face.
I don't know.
That's
I'm
his
sorry.
body.
I can't make that out, but I can make the other one out, you know.
Yeah. So as you go
Yeah.
forward,
Big,
you can still see the rider here. You're gonna see the head right here. There's a head of what he's riding right here.
I know you could
It's just,
show me that, but I just don't get it yet. You know, it takes a
yeah.
while, man. It takes a
There you go.
while to really,
There's the
man.
head. It's turning. It's got like three heads because there's gonna be another one over here, and then another one's gonna come. There's one there, and the other one's right there.
Well, you know, somebody had mentioned, or you had also mentioned that they could be side by side, you
Yeah,
know, side by side, you know, like one's in the middle and then two are on, but that thing that's riding, that could be like a baby werewolf too. I don't know. I mean,
yeah. It looks
but
freaked out, man.
it looks more like a lizard. I mean, the way the shape of the head is, and those claws look like kind of like you know, those what are those lizards called? Um, oh man, it's like a desert lizard. But yeah, it's got
Kind of
that thing
looks
is
like Yoda.
looks like a reptile of some sort.
Yeah, that one kind of looks like Yoda.
Oh my god. Yeah, but look at the eyebrows. I mean, that's pretty good definition. You know, pretty good definition. But that could be a baby. You know, I
Yeah,
don't know. I mean, but again, you know, like you said, these things phase in and out. And I guess is this Elm Grove?
no, this is in Temple,
Okay.
Texas.
Okay, I gotcha. All right. Man.
Right. Who's here? Who? Nobody's. I'm gonna drop a link. See anybody wants to jump on. There we go.
Yeah, that's pretty
The reason
stupendous.
I made that one is so people can see that there's something there sitting, and then you can see the rest of the movement of what's underneath it. Let me catch up on the comments.
What kind of sound was it making? What was, you know, at that time? What were you listening? I mean, what kind of sound was it making?
It wasn't making no sound right in this picture. I captured the movement. On the regular video, it's not saying nothing or anything.
Hmm.
All I know is that I seen something moving behind the tree, and I
Yeah.
zoomed in to take a closer look, and I was able to capture it. You see how it's going behind the branches, it's hiding. I guess trying to cloak, right? That's what they do.
Well,
They
you
don't
know, when
want to
you're
be seen.
personally there, you're getting the whole atmosphere. We're not getting the atmosphere of it all. So, you know, when you're saying, well, what do you see, Scott? It's like, man, it takes me a long time to kind of digest this thing, you know.
Yeah, I can show her the on the original video because I'm from in a distance. You can see something moving behind the tree. So I had to zoom in to see what it is that was moving behind the tree. But they move so fast right here. It's moving at lower speed. I can try to find that where it's moving fast and share it with y'all. See, somebody said they fell asleep. Yes, how you doing, Sister Brenda? How you doing, Brittany?
And then on top of that, I see like four other faces, heads and stuff in there. I don't know, man. It's like a whole family of weirdness, you know.
Have you seen those? Let me stop sharing this. Have you seen those videos where get a small thing somewhere and it's real pixeled, and then they start drawing pictures like little stick figures and stuff like that. That's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah.
When
Yeah,
they do
it's
that,
amazing. Yeah, it's amazing that they can do all that stuff. I mean,
they
this
start put
computer age.
they start putting stick figures with hats and all kinds of things. Like what in the world are they doing here? I said I thought I was bad, but man, they done doing little stick figures and
Well, this veil
and
is lifting. I mean, we're in it, man. The veil is lifting, and we're the witnesses of God, man, bringing this stuff out. Because the normies, this whole AI situation that's going on, oh my gosh. I mean, it's gonna be curtains for us, man.
test uh test the spirit. The AI can't do nothing to
Yeah.
you, but if you feel the AI might be demonized, the type binary rebuke in Jesus Christ's name.
Yep.
Doesn't matter what they name it, what they call it, or what they're trying to do. Uh, just take authority over Jesus Christ's name. Tie, bind, rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but you even say that to Christians, so-called Christians, right? So-called. I mean, they look like a deer in the headlights, man. I mean, this AI is so sophisticated that these people are up on this stuff. It's so serious.
Yeah, the one I was showing right now, that old photo, there's like three of them, and they're huge right behind me. You know how I say that they look like they're huge because I can only see a dark silhouette. Yeah, they're pretty tall, man. Makes me look like a midget when they're standing.
Yeah. I think that one, I made a comment about the owl, and that I said 20 feet on that owl one that you showed. I think that was last night.
Yeah, yeah,
I think it was like
yeah. I think
gigantic.
the owl might be taller than those. The owl one was taller than those. So we can name a topic and we can discuss about a topic. How about that? I think we should be able to do that. Let me think of something of a topic.
Yeah, go for it.
But we're gonna leave it for the viewers. Uh, we're gonna say spiritual or paranormal or cryptid or alien. Name a topic, and we'll discuss about the topic. Or name something of anything, and we can discuss about that topic. We're gonna leave it to the viewers
Yeah,
for them
let the
to
people.
choose a topic.
Yeah, because
Name something, and we'll discuss about it. So whatever happened with that tsunami, it never hit, did it?
well, it was a warning. They gave out warnings. That's I just post. I posted something on your channel at the beginning. It's like there was a 7.8 Richter
There you go,
or
Scott. Somebody said
something
alien.
like that. But I said, warning. Not that it was going to hit, but I just, it's just warning. Uh, you know what could develop later, but it's you never know about these earthquakes. And it's 75% water on this planet that we live on, so we don't know how these waves, and they can travel. I read up they can travel like 500 miles an hour. So, like what kind of time are you going to prepare? You know, uh, like what happened in Thailand, that water got sucked out, and those people are like going out looking for clams and everything. And that wave is like coming in, and those people are like, they have no clue. That water, it's like sucked out like miles. and those people are like out there digging, for
Oysters.
well, all those things, because in Florida, I used to go fishing there, and the tide would go out too, and it was really cool because you would see all these, sea urchins or what are those things called? Like sea potatoes are called, I think, and all these things like in the sand, like there's holes coming up through the sand, like something's under there, and there's clams or all that too, and it's pretty cool. You just don't want to step on a sea urchin, because you'll be in trouble, man. Oh my God.
What do you think about aliens, Brother Scott? Do you think that these aliens are in every element?
Well, no, I had
No,
mentioned this.
we know they see them in the water, coming out of the ocean. We know
Yeah,
they're in land. I believe they're in every element.
they're demonic. They're what's that word you used? Disincarnate entities.
Disembodied, demonic
Yeah,
Nephilim,
yeah, yeah. I mean, I
DDN.
mean, I went forever not kind of knowing that really, and after researching and listening to all this stuff, that it's kind of like, these creatures, this stuff is not from outer space. This stuff is here, from the leftover of the biblical, stories, and these things jump into whatever, and but yeah, these okay. You're posing quite well, Scott. What do you think these aliens are? Um, they're a they can be created by the adversary, and I'm not going to say his name, but the prince of this world is this that's who we're fighting, evil, and they're after our souls, so they're using every type of mimicking and creating all these different like this dog man or werewolf. It's kind of like, well, if bullets are going through this thing and it's not killing them, or Bigfoot is disappearing, or these are phased. They got video of these phasing in, like walking in, and they become physical, and then the video will cut out or something on somebody's taking the video, and it'll die, it'll go off, and like you said, you got to throw these cameras away and these phones away, because they were like either possessed or like they heated up or they did something. So yeah, all I can say is these things are they're not friendly. Every single phenomena is, like you said, you got to test the spirits, but they're not of God, period.
How you doing, Brother Wolf? There's a link right here. Anybody wants to jump on and discuss this? Aliens is a topic. Drop in the link.
Yeah, the massive cover up, world governments, this cover up about aliens, and making these movies like Close
Yeah.
Encounters of the Third Kind. Oh, these are nice, and actually some of those movies are actually part fact in them, but just like what Hollywood does, they do a lot of investigative work from other researchers. They put it in these films, but then there's always a right hand turn at the end or during the movie, so they get everybody hooked, on that whole, and it's for your mind. Remember, when you watch these things, it's trying to capture your mind and your spirit and your soul. Everything is all this type of alien movies and stuff. I mean, as you get older, you start to like really digest this stuff and say, like,
Somebody said that the fourth kind was a true story.
you know,
I remember up in Lubbock, Texas, when we used to go work up there where they said they had spotted a UFO near Lubbock. They had pictures of the UFOs up like a line of on both sides of supposedly UFOs up in the air and stuff. You know, it happened
yeah.
in Lubbock. Let me see. Let me see. If I can find the photo. But
Well, it's
they're
principalities of
saying
the
there were UFOs. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, principalities of the air, and they can manifest any shape, size, cylindrical, triangular. And then they come out with these. Again, I'm not an expert all this stuff, but when you really have to have the discernment and have Jesus, your main thing, just like you said, Abe, when you encounter this stuff, you have to use this testing the spirits in the name of Jesus Christ. That's your only hope, as the foundation of these entities. And one of those UFO researchers, I think his name is Tom Delaney, Tom something. It's Tom, starts with a D, and he was the only one that came out and said he researched that rebuking these entities in the name of Jesus Christ repelled them. They didn't kill them, but they disappeared, and he was the only UFO, and he got mocked by all these UFO researchers, for bringing that out. And I my ears went like, they turned into like Spock's ears, It's like, oh my God, I got to hear this guy, because no one has ever talked about that. And it made so much sense. It really put the puzzle together. I mean, these creatures are created to mislead. Separates in time.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you the image that they caught. Kind of looks like a V kind of shape, but they're like in. Let me share this photo. All right, this is the one is dealing with Lubbock. It happened a long time ago, 70 years ago, I think. I know it's been a while. Let me see what year this happened. This happened in Lubbock, Texas, in on August 25th, 1951. So I'm going to share the footage that they captured in the air. So that's like a long time ago when this happened.
Yeah, the
She said
50s
that
had a lot of those.
the Men in Black might come and see her.
Well, the 50s had a lot of those UFO movies. And, I mean, I'm not saying everything negative about Hollywood, but, they put out a lot of information on, flying saucers and all these movies and TV shows and stuff. I mean, what was that for? Maybe just to to educate everybody that there is a possibility that to be aware of it all, but also, they showed people getting laser beamed and killed and stuff, that put it into minds that people that would accept, like, these things they're not in the best interest of a human being. So the well-being for the human being, I mean.
I'm trying to get to the photo. I'm gonna have to jump on back on here and get it.
Yeah, I've met some of the comments there. The fire in the sky. I met that guy. I've seen his lectures a couple of times in Phoenix, and but like I said, a lot of these organizations there's a certain line that you don't cross, and these organizations are told that. And I think what you're getting into, Abe, is the line you are crossing it. That these are interdimensional, discarnate entities, or whatever that word you use again. That's
There they are, brother. This happened in Lubbock, Texas.
Yeah, another triangular type ship, or a V shape. They call those, I think. Yeah, they had one of those fly over Phoenix, and that Phoenix Lights. There were like 3 different craft that came over that Phoenix. I wasn't here. I was in Iowa, but I met the guy. One of the guys that flying V flew over his place in an area called Sunny Slope, Arizona, where they came down from Vegas, and that was the same. It looked just like that top one, flying V.
Remember I told you it looks like Stargate? Like I think I said somebody like Defender, Stargate. It looks like a triangle. I've seen one of those in the Rio Grande Valley that was breaking the sound barrier. It was going back and forth, but it like a supersonic speed. Like it was like breaking the sound barrier over and over and over.
Yeah, that's like the US TRB or something like that. I saw one of those in Iowa too. I used to go down, and I used to go out at night a lot. Binoculars, everything. I was like trying to capture and see all this stuff, because in Iowa, if you get on the outskirts of Iowa, it is so dark out there, because the city of Iowa, Des Moines, it's not that big, so you can get out in the country really within 10 minutes. Then, if you have a police scanner, you put a scanner on your car, and you can hear, airport, you can get airport scanners and stuff to listen in on, what's flying in and out, that sort of stuff. I was kind of into all that crazy stuff. Oh my God.
This brother Wolf. So I can add him to the chat. Said he was there, but I don't see him now.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there he is.
Yep.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hang on one second. Sources here. It's not ringing through. I'm finishing up my job right now.
So the state of Texas is pretty flat. Lubbock, Texas, is that really flat?
Texas is not flat.
Lubbock is kind of
What's the
kind of
elevation?
like kind of flat, man. Lot of fields, oil, couple of oil things, but a lot of agriculture over there. A lot of fields.
Yeah, Texas is like it's like two different places. That out in the west, that area it's kind of flat out there, but it's not flat at all where we're at. Where me and Abe live, it's not flat. It's very hilly.
What's the elevation? I'm just curious where you guys live.
Oh, I don't know, dude. I mean, I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's not flat, man. I can promise you. I can take you to some spots, dude. And just there's like up here where I live, like when you have to kind of drive down, like to get back into the city. If you, it depends on where you're at. If you drive down like 2222, like your ears will pop as you're going down. Like it's very hilly and it's high up. So I don't know what the elevation is.
Is there any
'Cause
fault lines? Do they have fault? Do you guys have fault lines?
Yes, we do.
Fault lines, because when I was in Iowa, that's when I had my triangular sighting, and it's like in this fault. It's weird. Iowa's like flat too, but in this particular area, it's up and downhill. It's wavy. It's wavy. And this thing I saw was over that fault line. And, I'd have to type that in again to see, again, this, topography, fault lines, because, it's also susceptible to earthquake, activity. But this is a weird area in Des Moines. It's like South Des Moines, or where is that? Yeah, well, it's Des Moines. But it's called Wave Park or something. Wave. They have a golf course there, but it's like ridiculous. The terrain is so weird. It's just like what you guys are talking about. It's like up and down hilly, and it's like, in the wintertime, oh my God, it's like some other state. It's like God, it's like freaking Arkansas, God.
Yeah, well, where I'm at, it's like it's a lot of forests. It's not deserty at all. It's not flat. It's just very hilly and it's very green, very green. And like I've shown people a few times like different videos that we've taken while we've been driving. And it just people are surprised at how green it is, and it's very lush. People don't.
Go ahead.
Well, people are surprised. They don't realize like how green it is over here.
Yeah, one of my military guys, he moved to Springtown, which is northwest of Fort Worth. He goes, Scott, you'd love it out here. It's so green. It's funny.
Yeah, we're that area you're talking about. What's funny is like we just did an episode the other night. Somebody had given us some stories about just over the years. We collected some and we had enough for an episode, but it was people that see clowns, and not just clowns, but they some of them that look like werewolves. And we had somebody come on the show and actually talk about their personal encounter, somebody that I know of my personal life. I know the guy. And that's how we kind of got into that. Like, well, maybe we should do an episode about it, because I knew we had like a couple of stories, but when I went back and looked, we had way more than just a couple. And so this guy, Chris, he came on and he told what happened. But one of the stories came out of Lubbock. Now, here's the weird thing. This is why I jumped on, even though I'm working. I thought this was very interesting. And who knows if I'll be able to say it on the show or not. I might, maybe not, because I got so much going on. But there is a connection there between clowns, and this is going to sound weird, clowns, werewolves, and UFOs. Now, Highway 380 runs from Lubbock to Roswell, and it's about 2.5 hours if you look at a map. I think it's 2.5 hours. Might be a little bit longer. I think it's anywhere between 2 and 3, but I think it's 2.5. So I don't have it memorized, but anyways, that highway has been quite a few encounters that not just what I've been given, but people that I know. I know a lot of ufologists, and I've paid attention quite a bit over the years to the UFO phenomena. And I know that I remember reading about an abduction that happened on that highway. So it doesn't surprise me that, I mean, there may be more, I don't know. But I know that my friend Arash used to live in Lubbock, and he had an encounter with something that can only be described as a werewolf. The guy that was a truck driver, can't remember his name off the top of my head, but we did that story, and he saw these two werewolf clowns that it was so weird, dude. I mean, like, you know, that same guy messaged me the next day after that show and said, "Hey, man, I got to listen to the replay. You did a really good job telling my story, blah, blah, blah." He introduced me to a guy named Max. That dude, I've not spoken to him yet. We've only corresponded. He claims to be an abductee. And according to him, his abduction happened about 20 miles right outside of Lubbock. I don't know exactly where because I haven't spoken to him. But ever since then, he's had all kinds of weird dreams and all kinds of whatever. And so the clown thing, that didn't happen to Max, but it happened to this other guy. And it's just a really weird thing. Like, you know, when you put it all together, it's like there are people who believe and have said as much that these clowns could be like kind of what the Nephilim looked like, or maybe a way that they hid themselves by pretending to be like a jester, you know, or something. With that,
I wonder if that disguise, let's just say it's a disguise, but something else is behind the scenes feeding off your reaction, your psychological, sociological, and they're eating it like frickin' popcorn, you know, that they're disguising themselves as werewolves. You know, you name it. I mean, it could be every entity, but something is behind the curtain, like the Wizard of Oz, and this guy is feeding off of your visual reaction, you know, as food.
So stating that it's a way to create monsters.
You want to say that here?
Maybe they're not eating the life force or the fear, whatever. Maybe because they can't procreate, that they use it as a way to create more of themselves. And that's what I was thinking. Could be, because they're entities. They don't have a fleshly body. They don't actually need to eat anything. When they do that,
they just use energy. They do though. I believe they eat whenever they manifest themselves in the physical realm. I do believe they eat.
Yeah, I think so too, because they have to play by the rules when they're in the flesh.
Yeah, well, they follow whatever the laws.
Yeah, werewolf clown. There you go.
Yeah,
Again, you know, the name of Jesus Christ, you know, this clown is going to bow to that name. You know, sorry, Mr. Clown, but
I think there was a movie. There was a movie, Brother Josh, a long time ago that I remember from the 80s about some clowns from outer space that they came in the UFO.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I remember. Yeah, I've seen that one.
Let's see if I can get some images from there.
Yeah, that's a whole, this clown issue you're bringing up, Wolf, is that's a real right turn in the paranormal, because, you know, it's depicting something that we as human beings have over our lifetime and in the past, this whole thing about circus, you know, and this, you wonder if these demonic beings are observing circuses, and the people are. I'm just talking out, a theory again. Is they're watching the reactions of people, and they're carrying on that type of invisible or a type of character to get the reaction from us, again, as etheric food or something. I don't know. It's like monkey see, monkey do thing.
Well, if you stop and you look at some of the alien abduction scenarios, and I've read a few that involved something that looked like a clown, like a mask, white face mask. Some of the grays have even been seen as like those that shield that's like a shield they have on their face. That's not even really what they look like. I mean, it's like there's something underneath that. It's a gray mask. I've been told that before. Not sure,
Yeah.
like exactly off the top of my head, like I can't just like rapid fire off like encounters that people have with clowns. I'd have to go back and look, and I get to the house, I could look it up and see what we got in our database. But definitely, I know I've read it, I know I've heard it, and I've talked to many ufologists who have claimed that there's a connection there. I think it's interesting though that there's also a connection to werewolves, and that we know at least one person who had seen that connection in Lubbock, and that was a show that we did a couple weeks ago. And then my friend who had the dog man, he didn't have a clown encounter, but he had an encounter with a werewolf in Lubbock when he was a kid. It followed him back to the house near a cemetery, and so yeah, he's in my book actually. But it's an interesting thing. Like a lot of people don't realize, like whenever you come up with a name or a place or a town, they kind of focus on whatever the encounter is at the moment that they're hearing about, but they don't realize that most of us, don't realize that there's like a whole bunch of other stuff that's probably taken place in that area involving some of the same phenomena. It's not new, and I think the phenomena evolves too. Like, I think it's weird. It's kind of like, Stephen King, he was taught disclosure again, and there really is something to that. And that thing can kind of like evolve to dig into the fear at the center of your heart.
And it's luring people. It's luring, people. For example, Abe was talking about, the triangle or UFOs, and that whole subject matter is like luring people into the concept that, well, when they land, they're going to be, we've been taught that, they're the good guys. And we're so amazed. And I was even amazed when I saw mine. I mean, it's like, it's unbelievable. You're so astonished, and you almost let your guard down thinking like, what is this? But you never, Abe was always bringing up the fact that, test the spirits and rebuke. And I never really knew, that aspect of using that intellect at that time. Mine was like just drawn into the oddness, the like, your jaw, you just drop your jaw like you've never seen anything like it. But so, but yeah, I read a story about this Frank Strangis. He was an investigator. Those men in black, this woman's, they came to her house. She saw a UFO. And then when they left, his pants were pretty short, like high waters. Remember those, we would say those people were wearing high water pants or whatever. And she saw the leg, and it was not human. It was like an alien leg dressed up as a man in black. That came, and she thought, they were like, CIA inspector, coming back, to talk to her. But she related one of those stories in those in those books. You know, hundreds of books, and but they were dressed up as the Men in Black. But you know, if they took their hat, their clothes off, you know, they might be a reptilian, you know, an android or something else disguised. You know, these aliens that are they're actors. They're impersonating something that, you know, makes us feel more comfortable, I guess. You know, it's a deception. So they grab you by the throat, you know. Yeah.
There you go. No, there's a lot of people that are the fear clowns. I think that's a spiritual opening. If you know, people fear
Yeah.
clowns. Some people fear spiders. Some people fear snakes.
Yeah.
So these things are able to manifest to their fears. I mean, I don't know the story of the guy that's seen this werewolf clown or whatever, but you know, I know there's activity of wolves in Lubbock, in Lubbock, because my brother used to live there, and he shared an encounter with me. What happened to him? That he said he believed it was a what is it that the werewolf that they said that recreated dire wolf, was it a dire wolf?
I don't know. There are a whole bunch of those names, you know. You know,
The
the
dire wolf, you know how
the
they said they
Lucaroo.
recreated.
Yeah, I don't know.
My
Hey,
brother says that he witnessed them over there in Lubbock, Texas. That they're out there, that they're huge. Uh, there is all kinds of wolves and coyotes over there.
yeah, I
Someone
think
says
they're more around.
draconian to
You know,
human draconian specters are of mimicry and can make people pursue them as they want them to pursue them. I guess we drop uh, Brother Josh Turner. I don't know what's going on.
well, he's working, so
So this is somebody witnessed a clown that was like a werewolf, or werewolf that was like a clown.
yeah. Somebody that V had mentioned the same thing as you, Abe. You know, fear itself is a spiritual opening. That's it. Boom. In parentheses. That's it.
I had a friend. Well, there was this NCO that I knew that he was afraid of spiders. I had a little spider in my hand of just like a little web spider, and I put it on his shoulder, and he was crawling on the shoulder. Man, he got mad. He put out his knife and started chasing me, trying to cut me with his knife. I mean, he had a big blade trying to slice me. He like went all paranoid and stuff, you know, trying to slice me with his knife because I put
I know
a
people
spider on
do
his
that,
shoulder.
man. They get so mad at you, and they just, you know, they just go off without even thinking, like what the repercussions would be. You know, they get so pissed off. You know,
There's a little freaking jumping spider, man, like a web spider. You know, he got mad because of that. Man, that little spider ain't gonna do nothing to you. That little spider. He went freaking berserko, trying to
yeah,
slide me with his knife. He couldn't catch. I was too fast for him, but man, he was literally trying to
yeah,
slice my BDUs. You should have seen the look in his face. He looked like freaking a serial killer and shit, or looked like Michael Myers, or I mean, just coming at me, trying to slice me with his pocket
yeah.
knife.
Then
Freaking put
your
a little
reality changes. Like,
a
oh my
little
god, you
spider
know,
on his
this guy's
shoulder.
for real.
Let's see. we're talking about aliens, he talked about a werewolf, a clown werewolf. How about an alien in human form?
Yeah, I mean, just like
Because
somebody,
we know the ones that are reptilian, right?
they can.
You remember
Somebody eventually.
the TV series Me, V?
Yeah, that V's that I don't really like watching these continued shows that go on for. I think it was like a 4 hour show or something like that. But it. Again, these shows are kind of through Hollywood are still showing um, some truth that they let it out, in a certain way that I mean, if people believe that there are those shapeshifters and people's eyes change, and so I personally had that one story. I had that one of the employees' father who owned the place. His eyes turned red. I mean, like glowing, like red. His whole eyes, like he got mad. Now I don't know if that's changing into some reptilian, but it's a physical manifestation of something like, wow. But I think it's like one of those things that you were telling me, Abe. Something jumped into him to make him that way. But yeah, I've seen a lot of those videos. Those people's eyes, and then the screen. I remember when I had watching TV on CNN. Like God, it must have been like 2000, like 9. Is you would see the screen. They were interviewing people, and those people were like, they would morph into like the screen would like their whole face would morph like into like this digital breakup on the face, and it wasn't like something technical. It was them that were doing it, and I started seeing that, and that was like that. I think that V series. I think I saw some of that too, but when I saw it on CNN, that was on 24/7, right? So you see these people either, I don't know if they're shape shifting or what, but the whole digital the feature of these people are like they can't keep their human form. So yeah, they're out there.
That's from the V series.
Yeah, so the mask and I mean, we don't even know. We don't know. These are the people that are running the whole planet right now. And there's a secret war going on. We wouldn't even know it. We're talking about trafficking. Underground bases, and they're going after these traffickers. But what if not just traffickers, but what if the leaders of these traffickers are these people like V, that it's a covert war that's going on, that they're using Delta Force fighters that, or missionary, warriors that are fighting this war that we don't even know what's going on. Because if the public found out, we'd have a chaotic situation going on if that's happening. But it could be happening. You never know. So, it all goes back to this biblical. These are demons that are entering people and engineering their own selves. And so it all comes back to this biblical angle, which was hardly known back in like the 50s, the 40s and 50s, nobody talked about how these aliens in the movies or something, that they never had a scene in the movie and the preacher came out and said, hey, these aliens they're in the Bible here. And let me show you, in the movie. They would never see. There was nothing like that. These movies.
Ones I pulled up on the creek. And I told you,
Hello.
How you doing?
when I come back again, I can think that's the truth. Oh, wait. Ah, so it was fun.
Somebody's got a wood stove.
Let me show you how I look.
I don't know what's going on there, man.
That was old school right there. Wood stove.
Uh-oh.
I caught a couple the other day. I hung them in the tree. They didn't like it, but they're still swinging.
How you doing, Paul Louis?
You've got power in your feet, in your hands.
How you
You're a
doing
man
tonight?
of God. You are beautiful. Right. Oh, you're doing all right.
Oh, in trouble.
How you doing tonight? Or should I say, is it daytime? It looks like it's cold over there. They've got a fire going on.
No.
You got a jacket on.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me? See me?
Hello?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can see now.
That's your buddy uncle.
We can hear you.
I think it's a bit of a time delay here. I couldn't get on your chat, so I thought I'd come on live.
Thank you,
You should be able to get on the chat because let me check
Yeah.
again. Paul Louis.
Yeah, Paula. It's very cold here.
Were you in New Zealand?
Yeah, there's a bit of time delay, so it's a bit hard for me to hear.
Are you in New Zealand?
No, I'm in Australia. I live in a
Okay.
little town called Axdale, Victoria, and there's only like about 20 houses in our area.
In between it is. Yeah, I'll help you.
Let me
We hear
double check.
another. We hear
Yeah, yeah.
another person there with you.
Paul Louis, what chat are you trying to get on YouTube or on here? On the chat.
Girls, lie down and saying good night to you, my beautiful women.
I can't seem to hear you because the time delay and there's an echo, so it's quite hard. My hubby is over there. Sorry about that.
Okay, yeah, we heard somebody else singing there, so
Oh, yeah. It sounds like somebody's like YouTube. Sounds like somebody's talking, but it's just me, I hope. No, that was my husband.
yeah, I wonder if she's got to click out of that YouTube thing like what I was learning, Abe,
Yeah.
If there's a delay, that delay business, the technical part of it.
No.
So,
What I'm just going to ask you about, we used to do a lot of horse shows.
Horoscopes?
we can hear you.
Can you help me, Scott, to where to go? Do it.
No, we can hear you okay. Maybe it's just like you said, it's a time delay on, you're 14 hours difference, I think.
All right. Well, I'm just talking about clowns. Now, we used to show horses, and in the rodeo, we have clowns, but they don't look anything like the clown.
Oh, the clowns? You're talking about the clowns in the rodeos. Brother Josh Turner was talking about the clowns that somebody of a story that he wrote in his book that the person seen the clown with a face of a wolf. So you figure that one out. How a clown with a face of a wolf. I mean, is it the clown with just the hair or the clown with the makeup? I don't know. I haven't read the story in the book, but he said that somebody in Lubbock witnessed a clown that was in a clown wolf, part clown and part wolf. I guess I would say a werewolf, because it was a wolf, then it would be running in the forest like in a clown suit or something. So I don't know if it was something like that or something that looked like a clown / wolf or werewolf or lycanthrope. There's something that he said that somebody gave him a story like that.
Well, the rodeo clowns don't dress like the normal clowns. They sort of have their overalls, jeans, and just a painted face, not like the ones in the circus. Yeah. I might have to try to sign out of this and get somebody to help me because I just can't hear you. That's all. So I'll just go back and listen to you, but
Okay.
be able to be on this.
I'll go check the YouTube studio. I'll block you there. Somebody said I don't know if she's.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Love you all. You're all great. You and Josh's channel.
Tally ho!
Thank you. Thank you very much for everybody's help. And
You're welcome. There we go.
Yeah, my brother lived over.
She's not blocked on Restream. The wearing clown mask. The werewolf wearing a clown mask.
Yeah, I think she can still get on, but I don't know. They're on the other side of the world. They're like 12 hours difference and plus 2-hour difference. I don't know if that's going to affect the signal.
Yeah.
But you do get people that are on this show from England and stuff. So
what any other things dealing with either clowns or aliens that you know of? Because I know what I witnessed, man. I've seen some weird stuff when I was at 16. When I was walking down the road, the next block there was a church, the Catholic church, and I remember seeing this. I don't know this. I was walking, I could hear something hitting the fence because of the chain link fence. And I was walking down the block and I kept on hearing like something hitting. So when I looked, I seen something climbing over the fence. These fences are like, I would say like 8 to 10 feet high. Something's climbing over it. And I'm looking at it and is from the neck down is human, looks human, but it's very tall and the face of a wolf. And then I look to the right and by the alley, There was another one like that one, and then there was one that was real fat, you know, and he had the face of a pig, and they were following me. They were walking on twos, and I think I've shared the story where I witnessed something like that. So it's possible, you know, if it's a manifestation that these demons can take, that, you know, it's possible they could. I think, wasn't it like a couple of years ago, like, or what, 5-10 years ago, where these clowns were being spotted everywhere?
Yep.
They were calling them the killer clowns. That they were being
Yeah.
spotted, and that they had an axe with them. They had machetes, knives, and they were attacking people.
Yeah, it's a separate category. This whole, you know, that whole thing about the clowns and the, you know, the outfits and different masks that they're wearing. I mean, it's almost like a whole different classification of paranormal deception, you know. It's like, you know, this demonic warfare, how, you know, what's on the agenda next, you know. Yeah, I was going to bring up, you know, regarding this flying triangle, this black triangle that I saw. I wanted to put an addendum to that story because it's kind of interesting. And I was going to bring up just a little foundation of this, you know, synchronicity, this word. You know, it says events often feel like they happen for reasons as if they are part of a larger pattern. So this woman I know, this is back in Iowa, and so I was working at the church, and I go down the fellowship hall, and they have these guests speaking, and I look up on they have a overhead projector, and she's showing the pyramids of Egypt. And I'm like looking, you know, being at the church, I'm going like, what? You know, like, and all of a sudden I felt this like urge, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe, not that this woman was showing a pyramid, but it was something like, man, I forgot about all this stuff when I was younger. And so anyways, the woman was like in her 80s, and she was a photographer, and she said, well, you have to know this. So I got talking to her a little bit. She says, you should know, let me introduce you to this woman. So from there, she was a Jewish woman, and she said, like, oh, they have a UFO meeting at this high school, and it's like next week. And I'm going like, wow, that's it. I want to go to it. So she kind of led me, meaning, you know, I'm bringing up this synchronicity angle. And when I'm in that classroom, and there's like, I'm the only male there, and there had to be 25 women there. And I'm like looking around, and I'm married at that time. I'm going, man, good place to go get a date, right? So anyways, the woman that was the teacher, she was the district director of that area. And so you know, people are like asking questions like in here, you know, it's the same thing. And they were talking about, you know, aliens and, you know, spacecraft and all this stuff. You know, this it was MUFON. This was the organization. And she was what they call a sectional director. So she like covers all the Midwest or something like that. So I put my hand up, you know, like, you know, the real slow, like, you know, I'm kind of embarrassed because I don't even know this stuff about the UFO, but I was always intrigued by it, but it never occurred to me until this woman told me about this. So I was like, I was hooked. So I put my hand up and I said, well, who are the good guys and the bad guys? And that was my question. And I didn't get a response by the people there at all, because it was kind of a logical question. Like, who are the good guys and the bad guys? And so nothing happened. Nobody could answer that question. It was like, I don't know how many classes it was. It was just a couple, I guess, maybe one or two. So here's what I'm leading into on the synchronicity. So since that I asked, like, who are the good guys and the bad guys? This Jewish woman, I told her about this, when I went to this class, and, and she said, so anyways, when I saw this flying triangle, she told me, and I think a lot of Jewish people, they're like very intuitive about things, not just the paranormal, but in a lot of things. And she told me, Scott, you were meant to see that. You were meant to see that. And I'm going like, yeah, I think because I had been in that class, and like a week later, I saw that flying triangle, and it was like a couple blocks away, but up in the air. And I was just going to bring that up for the fact that this thing about people telling you like, or you were meant to see that, and I've heard that a couple times in my life, like you were meant to do this, or you were meant, like almost like some kind of spiritual angel or somebody telling them that to me through them. And I think, like, you're getting back to your stuff, Abe, you're kind of meant to take these photos without looking, and these videos without looking, but you're like meant, has anybody told you that at all? Like, like you were meant for this job, or you were meant to do this. Has anybody said that, Abe, to you at all?
Since I was young, I said I was gifted. My great grandmother, my grandmother, the curandera, the medicine woman. Many people said that I was gifted. I think my brother says that people were trying to come after me and stuff because of the gifts that I possess, spiritual gifts. Because the balance, some wanted to use me for good, and some wanted to use me for bad. But of course, that's why I guess all the things were happening to me where they were fighting. There was a spiritual battle happening. Yeah, they've told me that before.
Yeah. Well,
In the past.
Yeah, I realized that when you told me that before, but yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, my life is, it's just different than everybody else. And it doesn't matter where I go. Something always surfaces up and shows itself to me. It happens that way.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where it's at. It just happens.
Yeah.
I would tell my wife, I said, look, if something weird happens, just be aware that these things are normal to me. So don't freak out if something weird happens. And first she's like, what are you talking about? And then when the events start happening, then she's like, oh, shoot, you wasn't lying about this. So she's used to it now. So just let me handle it.
Yeah. 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 It's second nature. But yeah, I just, I got into this. That's Abe. That instant when I saw that pyramid, that was like in 95. And it was like, that's when this paranormal thing just like, for some reason, I had just blocked it all out because I was doing sports and everything. But when I saw that pyramid, this on the overhead, it was like something almost like like it was something like something came back to me going like, do you remember like the Spirit of God or the Holy Spirit was like this force was hitting me, and I could feel like something in me like, like, do you remember, and it's like telling me, like telepathical, or, not saying any words, but it was like a physical feeling that I felt. And from then on, I was like, man, I remember this stuff, back in, watching TV when I was 16 years old, or, Leonard Nimoy, these Loch Ness Monster and the, alien, Bigfoot and all that stuff. But I had screened it all out. But there was like, I think it's like God has a time and place for you to get acquainted with this. This is your next, this is your next walk through life, to research or get involved with this. And man, I was like,
I had met a young man when I was dealing with a curandera, that I was because I would go out there, I would go out there, and there was this kid there, and he was always dressed in black. He was a big kid, I guess he was older than me, and he said he knew I was with her, so he was mad because, what I guess he said that he wanted to learn what I know, and that one day that he's gonna be. He told me that he was somebody else's. I guess he was working with somebody that was showing her how to do this and this and that. That he was going to use his powers to be evil, but to make money. That's what this kid was telling me. I just ignored him or whatever. But he was telling me about. I guess he was part of the other side, or it could have been a manifestation of a kid telling me that he works for the evil side, for the evil one or whatever. That, because he was talking about money. Money is the root of all evil. I mean,
right.
why the kid? If I was 3, he probably was like 7. Why would a kid at 7 years old be telling me that he's somebody's apprentice or whatever, a dark witch's apprentice, and that what he's learning is so he can make money and be rich?
Wow.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But I remember having a conversation like that with somebody when I was a kid.
Wow. That is really strange.
This happened in Mexico before I came to the States. Imagine that. So there's people that are used for being used to do good, and then you got people that are being used to do evil.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop another link to see who wants to jump on. I'm gonna try to correct the problem with Miss Paula. I don't know. You can't unblock her, Sister Madeline, on YouTube. I don't know what's going on. First, she said it was restreamed, so I looked. I found her in restream, and I blocked her. But I had looked on YouTube, but I couldn't find her there.
Does she subscribe to you? I don't know if that has anything to do with it, does it? Do you have to subscribe to get on the show first?
There we go. Yeah, I think it's all part of the same. I mean, all these things, the UFOs phenomena, which I used to see it all the time when I was a kid. I mean, I even seen this dealing with Greek mythology. I witnessed when I was like 16 years old. I was rolling my trash into the alley in the Rio Grande Valley. This is what I witnessed. It looked like a red sleigh, and something was pulling the red sleigh in the air, and it flew over me, and I could see something pulling it, and I was like, "There's no way. There's no Santa Claus. This is not even Christmas time." But the sun was setting, so the only thing I could think of, I think, what is it? The name of that Greek mythology, the one that pulls the chariot when the sun rises and the sun sets.
I don't know. I don't know, Abe.
There's Jaime Alanis.
I can relate to you on.
I witnessed a chariot being pulled by something in the air. I just can't remember the name of the Greek mythology god, or not god, the Greek mythology.
I don't know.
No,
My dad knew all that stuff. Yeah,
I don't
I'd
want to say
have to
god. I'll just say there's a Greek mythology character that pulls a chariot in the sky when the sun rises and the sun sets. I just can't remember the name of it.
Zeus.
Somebody says Apollo. Apollo
I think Jamie's on. I heard Jamie's voice, I think.
and Artemis.
Yeah, after somebody look it up, you know.
Yeah, his name is Helios. Helios, Brother Scott.
So you had that in your mind and something manifested it before you, right? I mean, that's what it sounds like. Yeah.
No, I was taking out the trash. This one happened when I was 16 years old. I was taking out the trash,
Oh,
and I seen something going over
okay.
me
I got you.
in the sky. It looked like a I would say a sleigh, but like a chariot, and something was pulling it in the front.
I
And
got
I'm
you.
like, whoa, it's not even Christmas time. There's not no Santa Claus. And I looked it up, and it's supposed it's in Greek mythology. The sun god Helios uh, was famously associated with a chariot. Each day he would drive his four horse chariot across the sky, bring the sunlight and warmth to the world. He said that his son Phaeton tried to do that, but he couldn't do it. He drove the chariot himself with the disastrous results. But Helios, that's the name. And he had four horses. I did see four things pulling it. It passed right over me when the sun was setting. I was 16 years old. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah.
You know, what is that?
That's another anomaly, like the clowns with the werewolf mask. I mean,
But I
these are
literally
like,
seen the chariot pass over me, and I'm looking at it as it's flying in the sky, and I see something pulling it. I just go to see what was pulling the chariot in the sky, because it was pulling the chariot. It was creature. I just don't know what it was that was pulling the chariot. It was creature. It looked like creature, like animals, but I didn't know what kind of animals was pulling.
four of them. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's another one, man. Jeez, oh my God. I mean, it's almost like, I mean, but it's at the same, like you were meant to see this, right? So you looked up and boom, it was there, right? So you're meant to see. So something's behind showing you, you know, either your guardian angel or I don't know what. It's like, take a look at this, Abe. you know, like, and you look back on it. Here you are talking about it on the show. So, you know, all these instances that you're bringing out this, you know, these visual realities that I've
I
never,
mean,
I've never heard
the Greek gods, right, or what they call them, Greek gods, Greek mythology, that has to do with the Watchers.
Oh, okay.
You know, the Anunnaki. They're all of the same. They're just called something else.
Yeah.
But when I seen it moving, it's like, whoa. But you had to be careful, right? Because if you give it the belief factor of what you're saying that it's real, it's a spiritual opening. Imagine somebody seeing Santa Claus coming out down their chimney, and they got a, but it's not Santa Claus. It's what is the other one? Grampus. You know, the one they talk about, Grampus. You know,
Yeah.
you got to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
very
yeah.
careful. Basically, what I'm saying is, you got to be very careful what you believe in. I had this necklace with an iron hammer, but I didn't even know it was a hammer. And he had, I will wear it for Werewolf Wednesday. I had it on yesterday, and he has two wolves holding the hammer. I had a doorbell ring, and it was this gentleman, I guess, that was selling something. It was a big guy. I mean, this guy was huge. He looked at me, and this was the first thing he said to me. I said, I recognize that. I said, that's from Thor. That's what he told me.
Wow.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't even know.
Yeah.
So he said, that you're wearing around your neck, the two dragons holding the hammer, that's people that's is dealing with what do you call it? The with Thor, and that is that Greek mythology. That's not Greek mythology, that's some other, what is that has
I think
to
it's
do with?
Norse, Odin, Norse
Like
mythology.
Norse mythology.
Yeah.
He said,
Yeah.
that's Odin's hammer. That's what he told me. And then he looked at me, and I just told him, talked to him real quick, and he said, he just looked at me, but that's the first thing he said is, that's Thor's hammer that I had around my neck.
Yeah,
I didn't even know.
You're definitely meant. Yeah, I know, but you're definitely meant. These things that you wear or people give to you, you get it unsuspectingly, but you're bringing these stories out that relate to, again, you're talking about this Greek mythology, the Watchers and Nephilim, and it's all kind of, it's all tied into something, right? But you're kind of the spokesperson that God's allowed you to, see some of this stuff, and then it's on, and then it's shelved in your mind until the proper time. It seems like
They're around us. They're around us. Some of these beings are around us in spirit form. To the end of time, they're around. It's just uh, we have to be careful of what we associate ourselves with. That's why we have to place Jesus Christ first.
right.
Man, I've run. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've run into all kinds of things. Nosferatu. I ran into. They say that Nosferatu is not real. Well, I ran into something like that in Germany, where
Yeah, the vampire. Yeah,
I shared the story where I went to the. I went to this bar called Cheers, and I was drinking, and I started walking home. And as I was walking home, I could see somebody walking behind me, and I felt that it was following me. When you get the feeling like something ain't right. So I said, okay, I'm gonna cut here and go 3 blocks down. Take a right. I cut down. I'm going 3 blocks. It still follow me. I
Diversion.
take a right. So I'm going forward. I said, I'm gonna go 2 more other blocks because I'm just trying to detour and go back the same route that I normally walk. There he comes.
Try to throw him off. Yeah.
Oh. And he's walking. He's walking. I heard like an echo or something here. Let me see something here. So he's walking, and I see him. He's walking faster. He's catching up. I was 3 blocks away, and next thing you know, he's like 1 block away from me. So I said, okay, run over here. I know this location. I'm gonna wait for him. So I went around the corner. There was like a little creek, or creek or water, and I stood there. I was waiting with my guards up because I knew that he was following me. I was waiting for him to come around the corner so I could give him the good old 1-2. And as I'm waiting, he appears on the other block, and he looks at me. He's wearing all black. He's got a top hat and a cane. He looks at me and he smiles at me. He takes off his top hat and goes like this, and he bends himself like this,
My
puts
God.
it on, turns around, and walks away from me. It's kind of like he knew, whether it was a Nosferatu or whether it was a Gideon or a demon. Like he knew, the spirit
Yeah,
knows the spirit.
I
He
think
knew
it's
what I
called
was
the
going
Hat
to do.
Yeah, there's some entity called the Hat Man that wears that hat, dressed in black. People have seen that character. But yeah, that's, oh my gosh, Abe. That story is.
Here's that happened in Germany when I was only 19 years old. I'll tell you what, brother Scott, I had been drinking all night. The beer in Germany is strong. That made me sober up, because I don't know what I was dealing with. And when we went over there was this couple that came out of nowhere, and I said, "Hey man, can I walk with y'all?" When you get the sense like something ain't right, and your hairs are standing up. So it's like I started walking with them, and I told them that I didn't know where I was at because uh, I lost the path where I was at, so they guided me which way to go. But yeah, he was following me. Oh
Yeah,
man, in Germany,
you must have been, your body and your head, your whole body, man, was like shining like the sun, man. That's why these entities see you, man. You're like walking in pure light. It can only be that, right? They see you, but they see the light in you. You don't see it. Nobody else sees it, but these characters do. So
yeah,
they're drawn to you, and this guy is like following you wherever you go, man. I mean, that's all I can say is that's my hypothesis about it. That you've got this spiritual light, man. It's so bright that these characters.
brother Scott, we talk about the balance that is good and evil. I remember I was just a kid, but I got a good memory. My memory, I can remember. I remember when I was like not even like 1 year old, and it's cold, and mom's holding me. The front door's open of our home, and there's this man dressed in black outside my house, and he's pacing back and forth, and he's telling my mother, "Give him to me now.
Wow.
Give him to us now." He's telling my mother to give me up, and she's holding me, and she's saying, "No, no." And I don't know who this man is. I know the man that I've seen is not my father, but he's dressed all in black, and he wants to take me. And she says, "No, no." Then it's like I know that when the Heavenly Father has a mission for somebody in life, he'll protect you and he'll guide you. And I know he protected me throughout my childhood, and even when I was every step in life that I took in, he's looked out for me, and I always appreciate, and that's why I believe in everything dealing with the Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, because I've seen the other side of the balance. I've seen the evil people, the
Right.
brujas, the brujos, uh, the things that people might call them familiars, which they might look like werewolves, they might look like shadow figures, uh, the different manifestations they could take. I've seen it all.
Yeah.
Some people
And
call it a curse, and to me, I just call it a blessing. That I'm able to. The
this
blessing to
is
me, it's a blessing because I can assist people. That if there's something around them, I can assist them spiritually. I can give them the spiritual wisdom and knowledge to help them to overcome, and that's why I created the show.
yeah, folks. If you're out there listening, if you type in the Bible, just type in Google, like Bible gifts of the Spirit or talents, talents. And, these are special gifts that God gives a woman or a man, these things throughout their lives. And, it's a duty that they, that they don't, and there's another scripture saying, you have this light, don't keep it under the bed, bring the light out from under the bed so people can see the light, and don't keep, because there's another scripture, something like, I think it's in like Acts or Matthew, but it's about people that don't use their talents or don't use their gifts, that God will take those gifts and talents away and give them to somebody else. So when he gives you these gifts and not everybody reads the Bible and even knows that. They're just like, they're given this eyesight to see, or the gift of healing, or perceiving all these different, things in the air and on the ground and everything else. But some people don't even know that it's in the Bible, but they go through their lives, and that's fine. God is okay with that. You don't have to be a biblical scholar or know about all this stuff. I mean, it does help. It does reaffirm what it is. But yeah, Abe, that's, you have that talent. There's some kind of blessing that's put on you.
Jesus Christ will bless you. So long you maintain a heavenly love foundation, you have forgiveness in your heart, and you're not you don't have fear, believing in other things. You have the unforgiveness.
Yeah.
When you forgive, that's part of love.
Forgiveness is so huge.
Your heavenly love foundation is going to grow, which the Heavenly Father is going to bless you for having a relationship with Him, believing in Him. He will bless you with the spiritual gift of discernment. He will teach you as you go on throughout your life. He will teach you daily. He'll let you know things ahead of time before that even happen. That's amazing. He is. He will teach you, and so long you call upon Him, He will come and assist you spiritually. And our government is trying to stop people because they're trying to take them out of the equation. And that's what we're going to need to fight right now. All these wicked people that are around the world, not just we'll be able to fight anything fake that our government or the governments are trying to create, like AI and other things, controlling weather. The only one that can control the weather at any given time in a blinking of an eye, that's the Heavenly Father. He can make things happen. He can flip the world upside down, so it's you got to maintain your faith and believe in Him. Trust me, I've been through it where I've faced many things spiritually, and I'm still here because of Him. By taking care of the situations through Jesus Christ, whether it's through prayer, saying the deliverance prayer, the Our Father, or by tie, bind, and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ.
Another thought I had.
There's a link right there if anybody wants to jump on. Does somebody got a story to share? You're more than welcome to jump on. I would see all kinds of crazy things when I was growing up, brothers and sisters, that I didn't, just put it this way, I didn't like going to church. Not because I didn't believe in Jesus Christ. It's because I would go to a Catholic church. It was the things that were in the church that I didn't like seeing, which was this we know them as unclean spirits. They'll be on top of the ceiling, hiding. They were hide behind anything that was dark. But then they will come down in this body form as an unclean shadow or unclean spirit, and they're going into somebody. As they're going to that person, where the priest is talking, the person starts coughing, or they start sneezing, then it jumps out of the person. It'll jump into a baby. The baby starts crying, and he's just jumping from person to person. And you can hear what the priest is saying because it's being interrupted by this dark shadow figures or unclean spirits. Uh, and people will say, "Well, that's a holy place. Why would they be there?" Well, what's in a church sometimes? What do people go to church to do? Sometimes they go to ask God for forgiveness and repent for their sins. So there's people in there that could have negative attachments. Another thing, the enemy could be infiltrating. There could be witches and warlocks within the church. While the priest is preaching, they be trying to cast spells. So if the priest is not paying attention, he doesn't see that. Then if you don't tie bind and rebuke him in Jesus Christ's name, well, they're out there to do no good, right? So that's one of the reasons. Just kind of like I will see this activity. I've been to other churches that I got invited to, and I could see activity there too. I think I got invited one where people are running around, jumping over benches and stuff. I'm like, whoa! The guys are jumping over 2 rows of seats like they're in track, and they're running in circles in the church. I don't understand what the minister was saying, and then they're telling me that they feel the Holy Spirit in them, right, and stuff like that. So that's why I say, you know what? Just let me. I'm just gonna have my relationship with Jesus Christ, and that's it. Have my relationship with Jesus Christ, and focus on trying to help out as many people as possible. Share my wisdom and knowledge, and that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there's nothing wrong with churches. I even worked at several churches, but I remember just picking up churches, and what you're talking about, Abe, is I went to a church and I liked the music a lot and stuff, and I was like a prayer warrior for the stuff, and the pastor that was teaching me from India, he said, don't go to that church, but he handed me some information to give to the pastor. And this was concerning, the one God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and different stuff like that. But anyways, let me get to the story here. So I was there for like 6 months. I don't know how many months, but and I think he really kind of liked, because I would like pray for people and stuff. And so he came up to me one time and said, and this is what I was just bringing up prior to this, and then you told me about the church stuff. So he came up to me and said, well, what talent do you want, Scott? And when I heard that, I mean, my heart just dropped. Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm going like, it's not what you're going to give me. God gives you this stuff. But he was implying like, what talent, what blessing do you want, from a pastor? And I just felt, that's it. It's over. It's over at that instant. Church is over. It's over. This is so flesh. Like, I mean, how dare you even say that? I mean, oh my gosh. I mean, when you're thinking spiritually, it's not, it's not the pastor or the minister or somebody, implying like, and that's what he said. Like, what gift do you want? I'm going like to myself, are you kidding me? I'm saying to myself, I'm going like, I never went back after that. I never went back, because it's like all that. And I mean, I'm not putting down churches. Everybody can do what they need to do. And it's good to learn about a lot of stuff, but eventually you become a little bit more mature about things and spiritual about things that, there's a reason God, leads you to these churches to learn. And, some of them turn out good, some of them don't. So, and this was, this was a church trying to convert Jewish people to Jesus Christ. And I thought, hey, that's That's it. It's a they call it a messianic church thing. Anyways, but I never went back. It was kind of sad, but my pastor from Kosian, which is up by Desjardins, India, the guy that had come to teach me the Bible, which is a whole different story, guy from another part of the world. So I never went back. And he already told me, don't go to that church. Like he already knew something was going to happen, or you're going to, you keep going, you're going to live and learn about it. So, yeah.
We're dropping a link. If anybody's got a story to share, or you'd like to join the panel, there's a link. Just follow the instructions of that, and you're able to share a story or whatever experience you've been through. This is what we do here. I have a lot of photos, a lot of short reels of this disembodied spirits, in spirit form, unclean spirit, dark shadow figures, because they're amongst us, and they're the ones that are causing the chaos and division and the havoc. When you see people, man, I've seen a lot of homeless that are being targeted by them. Homeless people get targeted by big time. People that are on the bad road with drugs, they're being spiritually attacked at a daily basis. They don't even know it because they think it's the side effect of the drug, or it's all around us. We have to be cautious. We have to be spiritual, aware, and ready at all times to be able to tie, bind, and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's no church that is perfect. There's nobody that's perfect in this world. We're all flawed, but we are children of God. God loves every single one of us. Just like Jesus Christ loves us. He loves all of us. If you don't believe me, if you feel that you're alone, if you ever feel in a situation where nobody's around you, you need help, call upon him. No matter what the situation, it will come and assist you spiritually. He'll pull you out of the net or out of the hole you're falling in. Whatever you're facing, he will help you. You just gotta call upon him in true faith and believe in him. He will assist you.
I remember you brought up the fact about this government or something, Abe, and it gave me a thought about, remember the 10 Commandments? They had these statues or the 10 Commandments, and they were desecrated them, or they were telling them that you can't put the 10 Commandments in, buildings or something like that, and, that's like, the 10 Commandments are is the foundation, of.
Sister Mellon says, "Hey, why do you think churches can be haunted?" I'm not saying that they're haunted. I'm saying that they're infiltrated by the unseen enemy. Infiltrated. Yep. That's the difference. Infiltrated means that the enemy is there. Just because somebody might be a priest doesn't mean that they're a good priest, because they might have other beliefs that might be infiltrating to misguide the people from the church. It's kind of like the story that I shared earlier, where they were following me. I didn't get to finish it. That this things were following me. One that had the body of a human and the face of a wolf, and there was another one like that, and one with a big, like a body of a pig and the face of a pig, but he was walking on toes, and they were following me. I went to the church, the Catholic church. I knocked on the door. Well, I went because the Catholic church, the priests have their homes there. So I was banging on the door, and he opened the door and he said, "Can I help you? How can I help you?" And I told him that something was following me. I needed his help. So he took me into this little room that's by the church, and he's asking me what's going on. And I was telling him what was following me, what I was witnessing. His name was Father Ralph. The first thing he asked me is, "Are you on drugs?" I said, "No, sir, I'm not on drugs." And he said, "Have you been drinking?" I said, "No, I don't drink." And then he's like, he looks at me and he said, "Maybe it's just in your imagination." because you've been through a lot. I had already lost my mother, so maybe it's just in your imagination. That's what he said. I said, no, they're outside. They were following me. As I'm telling them, Father, I had glasses, right? The door opens up, and through his glasses, I'm looking through the reflection of his glasses. I could see as the door opens, the wolves peeking in, or werewolves, and the pig face looking through the door when they open the door. And Father Ralph is not moving. He's stiff, and you can see the fear in his face. Freaking, he starts sweating profusely because he's scared what he's seeing. The door closes. You know what Father Ralph did? Instead of praying for me, even though he witnessed and he knew then that I was telling him the truth, he told me to leave. He did not pray. He did not say, I tie, bind, and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ. He didn't say nothing to those things. Why is that? Do those things have jurisdiction over the church? I mean, this is a Catholic priest.
Or over the priest. Yeah, the
Right.
priest. Yeah.
Catholic priest. So
Yeah. I
he
work.
tells me
I
to
work.
leave and leaves me
Yeah.
hanging.
Yeah.
I
Terrible.
leave and something happens to me when I make it to my cousin's house. I don't remember what happened. Well, I can tell you what happened is those things, they were demonic in nature and they attacked me. I didn't know they attacked me because they were in disembodied form. And the only thing I remember, I wake up in the morning with a knife in my hand. I have blood on my knife and on my shirt. I don't remember nothing. So my cousins come to my house and tell me, hey, you're not welcome to come to our house no more. My cousin lived like 2 blocks away from the church. They said that I beat up some guy real bad, that everybody was trying to get me off of him, and I was throwing people around like if nothing, like if I had superhuman strength, right? They told me that I'm allowed to go over there, and they said that I beat up this guy real bad. That guy comes to my house later on, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. And this guy is black and blue all over his face, all over his body, where he got I guess I beat the crap out of him. Luckily, he didn't press no charges on me. He came and apologized to me. He said that he said something bad to me, and I guess that was the opening, right? He said something negative towards me, and I guess I might have gotten upset when he said that to me, and that's the opening that those demons used to enter my vessel. So luckily, the blood didn't belong to him. So I'm trying to figure out where the blood came from. So I'm at work, and there was my receiving manager. He was sad, and I said, "Hey, what's going on, man?" He said, "No, I lost my princess." I said, "Your princess?" He said, "Yeah, my little Chihuahua princess." So I don't know what happened to her last night. I'm trying to find her. I can find her. So that I went to work, and then I remember that. And then as the week went by, when you get demonically attacked, possessed, or your vessel, you don't remember everything. So I started remembering little parts and pieces. Then I remember me being in a certain state, like I wasn't acting like me, like something was in me. And as I was walking by the church in front of the corner house where he lived, the little Chihuahua attacked me. I remember the Chihuahua grabbed onto my leg, and it was biting me. Then I remember what happened to it. And what happened to it is not good. And ask God for forgiveness. For those that are pet lovers, it was not good for the little dog. Just put it that way, because I remember what happened, and it wasn't me that did it. It was what was within me that did it. I remember going from alley to alley in the darkness. Something had taken over my body. Luckily, I was able to come back to. I don't even know how I made it home. Right? Uh, I'm sharing this testimony. You wanna hear what happened to this dog? What I did with that knife, I don't even want to talk about it because it's bad, man. When you hear about people doing sacrifices, how they gut the insides out and all that, it was bad. I remember where the dog was put underneath some branches. All I know is that I remember what happened to that little chihuahua, and it was fucked up. So I said, I'm not going to go to the Catholic church no more because that priest has no faith. He didn't help me, left me hanging. I got attacked. That priest, within that week of that happening to me, he requested orders to leave the church, and they moved him to a different church. So that priest left me hanging, So I'm just sharing with you
Right.
how
Right. Yeah.
churches can be haunted too now.
Yeah. It's left you
If,
hanging.
if the enemy can infiltrate the church, then spirits can be there too.
Jump
Hauntings
on you. Yeah.
within church, within the parish halls, within the places where they have the what do you call it, the retreats. This can happen that way. So I'm a good guy. So every time I see a little freaking chihuahua, it gives me flashbacks of what happened to that little chihuahua,
Mhm.
which is not good. And that's why I fight the good fight, because I've been there. It's not a good feeling for your vessel to be taken over by something else.
How
And
old were
the
you,
way to deal
Abe,
with it
at
will
that
happen
time?
if you have spiritual openings.
How old
So
were you?
I know what I'm telling you, brothers and sisters. I'm not here to bullshit you. I'm just being straight up.
Yeah.
And for people that have a good heart, I always ask God for forgiveness for what happened to the little dog. It's not the little dog's fault. What the little dog was doing is protecting his household. The little dog was sensing the unclean spirits in me. So all he was doing is protecting his house so those demons would stay away from their home. So it's not the dog's fault. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, you know, man dogs is a man's best friend. They can sense, they can see. He was trying to look. I'm getting just chills, man. The little dog probably was trying to protect me, trying to get the unclean spirits to leave me alone because he knew that it had taken over my vessel. So it was trying to protect me. So that's why, you know, you know, I think I had put a picture. I found a picture of a little puppy that I found, and it reminded me of the little dog. And I took it out of there, out of the woods, because I didn't want nothing to happen to it.
Yeah.
You've heard it when people say the devil made me do it. It's because I don't remember what happened. It's done happened to me. So I hope that answers answers your question, Sister Madeline.
No. Well, that's a great testimony. I mean, it's unfortunate and sad, but let's be honest here on this show. Um, you know, it's people are listening to this, and these are true factual things that happened, and we're not all perfect on this show. What happens to us, but it's worthy to disclose and tell people, just like I mean, I'm not speaking for Abe, but it takes a lot of guts, folks, to be honest and just talk about things that yourself is uncomfortable, but relaying this thing about possession and in churches, and that's where it all started from him. He was let down. He was let down and followed, and something jumped in him, you know, and it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad, that these preachers and the seminary. It's like it's the same thing when I went to college. Is I had 4 years of college. I left because I think God called me out, And I didn't have a lick of sense. I didn't have street smarts. I couldn't count money, on our cash register. I couldn't do anything. It was a waste of time. And, the seminary is the same thing. These people are just taught this educational system that is probably antichrist, most of it. And I think exactly what happened to Abe. It's just this person, he had the seminary teaching and he had no clue about spiritual warfare and what to do. And the guy just froze and he didn't help Abe. He just he ran away like he put his tail between his legs and ran. What kind of minister or priest is that? And it doesn't matter if it's Catholic, Baptist, it doesn't matter, but it's man, that's
he got so scared, brother, that his glasses fogged up. That's how scared he was. Yeah, I mean, I understand if I don't blame the guy, man. I mean, yeah, he could have helped me. We could have gone into prayer, say, "Don't leave. Let's say the Our Father" or something. But he literally told me to leave, and that's how I got attacked.
Yeah,
I went there for help. And then what I noticed that he had a tattoo on his forearm of something. It looked like a star of some sort. And I've never known. I mean, I don't know if priests are allowed to have tattoos, but he had a tattoo in his arm. I don't know. All I know is he left me hanging.
Yeah, he could have been an ex-military Navy pastor or something like that. But the last church I worked at, the third church is I was married at the time. Real quick story, and my wife had a meeting, so I had to take my son to the church. And it was like Wednesday. I don't know. It was one of these days. Nobody was there, and I had the day shift and stuff. And so the church secretary came up and said, "Well, you can't bring children to this church." And this is a church that's located in Sun City, which is an incorporated suburb of Phoenix, Arizona, that is primarily a retirement suburb. Let's just say, okay. So everybody at the church has got to be 55 or older. I mean, it's crazy, but they have this. So I was working at this church, and I got a reference from my bishop to get out of this other church. But anyways, let's get to the story here. So, so I told my wife at that time, and she goes, "Well, you go back to that pastor and tell him, what would Jesus say? What would Jesus do?" So sure enough, man, I went back there like a robot. Next day, the pastor comes out of the restroom, and I confront him right in the hallway, and I say, "This church secretary," and by the way, these secretaries, they kind of run the church, right? So, I said, "Such and such said I can't bring my son," because my wife, I tried to explain real quick, she had a meeting and stuff like that. And I said, so I said exactly that. I said, so he looked up and I said, "Will Jesus do this?" And he looked at me like eyes wide and never responded. Would Jesus, say you can't bring children to the church? So, I mean, he just didn't say a word. And I had another job pending. So that's why I was kind of bold in saying that, but didn't say a word to me. It just looked at me and then just kind of brushed it off and didn't say anything and just walked by, So that convinced me like I've got to get out of this church. I had another job pending with the government or whatever, but it's kind of she told me to say that to him, and, to put it to him, because what is children's, Jesus, what is his teaching about children, right? So
that's a little puppy, Scott, that I saved from the woods. The sun was already going to set.
Oh, I say cute.
I had done an investigation out there, and I had gone into the woods. I didn't see no puppy. It's when I was walking out of the woods that this puppy was sitting on seemed to be a trash bag of clothes. It was just sitting on like somebody had dumped them out there. And he was just looking at me, and I was trying to get it to come to me. Didn't want to come to me. till I finally got him out of there. He was real hungry. He was thirsty, and I fed him. And then the following day, I found him a family where he could live with. So I saved the little puppy. When I look at him, it kind of reminds me of Kevin Hart, the little
Yeah.
puppy.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart. That's what he looked like. If
I don't
Kevin
know.
Hart was a puppy, there he is, right there, little Kevin Hart.
Yeah. It's very cute.
Yeah, I saved him from out. If I would have left him there overnight, he wouldn't have made it.
Oh, wow.
The predators would have got him, the wildcats or the coyotes. They would have killed him.
Yeah.
He's just a puppy, man. Somebody just dumped him out there. That's crazy. And he was a good little puppy too. It's just I wanted to keep him, but I already have Rebel and I have 4 German Shepherds. But I was able to take him to a home.
Gosh.
Like I said, I'm trying to make things right. And what happened that day, is out of my control. But I try to do the right thing. That's why I fight the good fight and fight the spiritual warfare for through Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and these experiences that you're sharing, I mean, this is powerful stuff, folks. This is like, these are instances or things that happen that, so it's a, this is a seminar that's going on about learning about all these spiritual things. And, you could go to biblical seminars and all this and not learn anything compared to this show where you're learning stuff, to be on guard, against these forces of evil. So, yeah, that's pretty powerful. Those stories.
You just got to be careful sometimes, brothers and sisters, because, they can manifest to look like anything, sound like anything. They can mimic your loved ones. They could mimic to sound like a child yelling for help, or woman yelling for help, to try to lure you into the woods or to a location. So you have to be spiritually alert at all times, because you don't know what you're going to encounter. The shapeshifter skinwalkers, Wendigos, the DDN, they all have those capabilities. They can mimic voices, change manifestations. But if you have Jesus Christ with you, the spirit will know the spirit. So if you can look through the manifestation, you'll be able to see what's within that manifestation is the unclean spirit. So what do you do when you see the unclean spirit? Its true nature. You go into prayer, say the Our Father, or you can type on and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ. You fight spiritually against it.
I see this, comment about the Catholic Church. Well, I have to disagree. I used to take my son. He went to a Catholic school, and I would go to church because you'd get, half the tuition knocked off. And I used to take him. And my wife at that time, she was vehemently against going to church. So I would always be the father taking my son to whether it was a church in Iowa or the one in Arizona here. But I had tremendous spiritual things happening in the Catholic Church, like just wonderful things. Like the Spirit of God was like on me in there, and I was like in a a window of God's essence, sitting in the pew. I was sitting way in the back always with my son, and never went really up for communion or anything like that. And so it's not, whether it's a Baptist or, I'm not saying, it's something that churches are important to, but there's situations that, happen in there. And, but mine, I had some good and some bad, but, I wouldn't pin, different religions or churches, because I think it's all about, if you feel like you have the Spirit of God in you, and that can come upon you anywhere, where it's in your house, at church, walking in a mall, anywhere. It can happen. You talking with people, and what they call, you get slayed in the spirit, which is like the Spirit of God comes over you, and it's almost like you feel this love that's all around you, and it's so like heavy. This love is so heavy that it just breaks you. Like,
Amen.
You just crumble like because that happened to me at the military, because we had Bible study there, man, and I had to call my girlfriend, who was a sergeant, come and pick me up, because I'm down in the fellowship hall, or the dining room. They got the dining room facility. I'm like, I'm out, man. Come and rescue me, because I was like, something came over me after that incident. But what I'm saying, it can happen to you anywhere, where it could be a church, anywhere. So, and this was like a good thing, this was during the Bible study that me and some of my soldier guys, we had like a really short Bible study, and I just got walking outside, and boom, I mean, it was like it's like a wrecking ball fell on me. I mean, oh my God, I could barely walk, man. I could barely walk 200 feet to escape to the dining, for somewhere safe. Nobody could see me, because I was all messed up spiritually. So, yeah. So things, things can,
Hello, Abe.
happen.
What are you doing, brother?
Oh, how you doing, Abe? I have hello, Scott.
Hey, Jamie.
I'll be right back, guys.
Hey, amen to that.
To the boys' room.
Amen to that. You know what? I've been having here, my server, the server we have here in California, has been messing up, and it's been cutting out at this time of night. It's been cutting out. So sometimes I get on, and then it'll cut out. Abe, you know what I mean? Our server, we have problems with our server. Our provider, and we'll lose internet. So that's why sometimes I'll just I'll cut out. And I'm like, what's going on? I thought it was my phone or something, but nope, it's our server. So I just want to let you know. I just want to get on for a little bit. I heard you. I got on, and then it cut, and the server went out again. So, but we're back. It's back now. I was waiting for a little bit to see when it comes back. So, can you hear me,
Yeah.
Steve, loud and clear?
Yeah.
If I'm too loud, let me know.
I think Abe took a break right now, but it's just you and I.
Okay, no problem.
I don't see him on there. He's probably listening. But
Yeah, I
he's
know.
taking a break, I guess.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Were you saying something about the church, Steve? I just barely caught the end of it.
No, I think, you probably didn't hear Abe's story regarding the church. He'll have to probably say that again, because it's very important. It's very important. This is the last testimony that he has. And he'd have to bring that up again, so you can hear that, because it's pretty, it's a very important subject, and I don't think he was intending to talk about it, but I think, again, the Spirit of God, like, we have to talk about uncomfortable things that happen to us, because there's scripture regarding that. We're talking about talents and blessings, and if you don't use these talents and blessings, meaning, witnessing these things that happen to us or somebody else or whatever,
Mhm.
is God will take the blessings
Yeah.
and talents away from you. If you don't use them,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying that, this was a reversal on his part, this witnessing testimony that he gave. It's a total reversal of what I'm saying, but he'd have to say that again. I'm not going to speak for him, so he'll have to bring that back.
Oh,
But,
okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Did he? Okay. Well, did it have to do something with him at church, and he's seen spirits in the church?
Yeah, well, it was after that.
Or
It was
not
the
good.
story-
Okay. I thought when he got out. When he
Yeah,
left.
the whole story's after that situation.
Oh, okay.
It's
When
like
he was out.
part-
He was
it's like,
outside.
yeah, it's
Oh,
part 2 of that, that story in a way.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Abe's been plagued with the preternatural. The dark side. They've been after him for a while.
He's walking. I mean, just imagine. I mean, this is what I told him. Just imagine that somebody has a blessing on them, right? And they're walking with, and I'm not saying at night or day, but this person is walking with this brilliant golden white light around them. Who do you think that's going to attract, right?
Yeah.
Who do you think that's going to, attract? Principalities of the air, or the demonic creatures of the ground? Who's going to see that? They're going to see that, not us. We are not going to see that, but they are going to see that. They are going to see that. So, that's the thing. When you're born with this gift that he has, it's a talent, just what the Bible says. There's scripture that says God gives, several, like 5 or 6 different talents to people, and it's up to us to, make it grow and make it bigger, and later in life teach and expose, show people, by examples of what this talent is. And it's frightful to hear this stuff.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Abe's a special case. I mean, see, everybody is not everyone has gone through that. There are people that have went through that, Scott, and you know them. They're famous. They've been through a diabolical attack, and we don't know all the mysteries. Not every. Some of us have a different experience, but his is unique. There's a reason for everything. We're not. He happened to be one. He is. He had to go through that. There's a lot of reasons why. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody's gonna be attacked, but Abe is, unfortunately, he was. His whole story. It starts from way back, and it's. I don't know. There's a reason for everything. Scott. I'm not. It's just. I'm glad we're not.
That's why he's doing this show. I mean, just look at the title.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody else has. They have the same title, but guess what? They don't have the first word in the title. There's nobody.
Scott, his situation is frightening.
Nobody has the first word in the title. They have the second word.
Yeah.
They have the second word, but not the first word. So,
Scott, we know Abe. We know Abe. I'll put it this way. This is my opinion. It's just my opinion. I'll put it this way. We have an opportunity. Like people, some people have known Roland Dante themselves. Some people have known Emily Rose themselves personally. There's people that have known the Moffat family personally. Bill Beam. They've known them personally, and they know it's true because they conveyed what happened to them personally. So we're in that kind of a situation. I believe we know this preternatural, diabolical attacks through Abe, and we know Abe ourselves. We hear it from his own mouth. So we know it's true. I know it's true. If you follow me, You know what I'm saying? We're not hearing it from a third party, a second party, or reading about it. No, we know Abe personally. We're hearing it from his own mouth.
We
You
know.
know, the preternatural. And it's frightening. If you read anybody hear this story, Scott, your average person, like you don't have never experienced this kind of things or don't understand. If they were to pay attention, they will say, "Whoa,"
Yeah.
you know, because it's really. It's diabolical, his attacks and all he's been through. I mean, because this is frightening. And I remind myself, Scott, I remind myself, hey, this is some scary stuff. I'm not saying everybody, I'm not impervious to fear, but this is some frightening stuff. It's heavy to me. Like I told him, it's a heavy weight. This is not no light stuff. This is a heavy,
This is different. This is different. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
They used to have people
Yeah,
would write books about this, but guess what?
Mhm.
Nobody had the money to. I mean, they didn't even have these books in the library. Number one. Number two is there was no Amazon, and but you'd go to the these bookstores or wherever, Barnes and Noble, whatever. And it's like I don't have the money to pay $39.95 for a book that has one story that Abe is talking about. Here it is. Here it is. This is free. Okay. It's reaching out across the global world, and word of mouth. And these are stories that aren't in it's not like I'm saying, you're not paying for this.
Yeah.
You're hearing eyewitness testimonies verbally that are the realistic of it is so much more powerful because you have also people interacting like us, asking questions, people making comments, and there's piggybacking on different channels that are doing this, and you don't have to pay a dime. You're not paying,
No.
And you read a book. Sometimes you open up a book, and I have done this. I open up a book, and I'll go to the index or the glossary and see what are the most exciting points of the book. You find one chapter of the book, and then the rest of it, it's all not. I'm not going to say it's garbage, but it's all rhetoric, and it's like it ain't like this show. This show is getting. I mean, when people talk about their witnessing of these things that happen to them, or make comments and get people thinking about how to answer these questions and do research. But the computer and these platforms are wonderful because it's like it's warp speed now. I mean, it's not like the old book days where you could read. You could read 10 books in a year and not even remember anything, and then go to sleep and forget about it all. Here, when you're listening to these people on these podcasts, this stuff is extremely interesting. I mean, I find it extremely interesting because it's mixing the spiritual world with who are these cryptids? What's the connection between a werewolf wearing a clown costume? I mean, does that throw you for a 180 degrees loop? Like, are you kidding me? This was beginning of the show. Some of these stories, but are you kidding me? Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
Scott.
This is.
I hear you. Look, it's
crazy.
Like go ahead. Yes, Scott. I mean, it's for me is Scott. I mean, it's interesting, and it validates, Say when you read the scripture about Legion, okay, you read about Legion, or you read a certain part of the Bible that tells you about when it has to deal with demonic demons, or devils. When you read about Legion, and see right here with Abe, we're not reading about it. We're actually, this right here is proving to us the evil, the dark side, the diabolical exists. firsthand. I'm hearing it from Abe. I tell you, a lot of Abe stories. There's some that really like. I mean, I have to take a step back and say, whoa. It still blows my mind because this is the real deal. And this is what when you say powers of darkness, when I say diabolical, this is what it means. This is what I'm talking about. And you better, yes, yeah. If you're yep.
No,
Yep.
I'm just saying.
You see how
Jamie, you better listen to this whole show tonight. So a lot of stuff. Man. A lot of stuff.
Yeah. I know. I don't. I'm here with Abe. I listen, and it's not sure. It's entertaining, and to me, yes, it is. But I'm learning. To me, it's not all just sure. It is. It's entertaining and it's frightening. And tell you the truth. I don't want none of that to happen to me ever. Yeah. I don't want.
Yeah, it's
nothing like that to ever happen to me. Cats went crazy out here. Anyways, this right here is a lesson for anybody, anybody that doesn't believe in that, that doesn't believe in the preternatural, the diabolical, and this is what all these other people that have been through these famous cases, Scott. I think this is, if they don't believe that, well, listen to this, and this is a testimony, man, of the truth, This is what the things they do. I mean, some of these stories he tells me. When Jack gets on, it's even amazing when Jack gets on. Just his testimony, it supports Abe's. I know he's telling the truth, but when Jack gets on, it even adds an extra, an extra depth to his stories. When Jack gets on,
my
it's
older
like
brother, and he remembers.
Yeah.
He's seen everything.
Just like
our house was a small house. And they all kept us in one room because of the activity that would happen in the home. It was a 4-bedroom, but we all slept in one room because there was activity in all the other rooms, especially when the brujas will come. They will come and try to mess with us. So our mother kept us all in one room because they will come and in numbers, and they'll come mess with us, scratch the windows. You hear like when they would show up, I'll be outside playing with the light on, and then you see them flying, and then I told my brother, "Hey, let's go inside. They're here." So like it was every Saturday they would show up on the Sabbath day. They'll show up, this witches, and I'll tell my mom, "They're here. We'll lock the doors. We'll make sure that the windows are locked and everything like that."
Every Saturday,
as far as I can remember.
You see, like
till I was like around 11-year-old. They would come every Saturday, and
Friday evening to Saturday, the Sabbath. Yeah, I had a lot of experiences on the Sabbath, big time. Yeah.
Just mentioning, hey, you're just mentioning Saturday. See, that's like, man, that's just wow, And every Saturday, to boot, it would be on clockwork. They would be there, harassing. Yeah, they'll be there harassing the family. I want to mention to Scott. Scott, when my mother was still with us, she's passed on. God bless her. I hope she's with. God bless her. She's resting in peace with the Lord. She would tell me. See, I'm from Texas too, Scott. My family's from Texas. My mother. This is a long time ago, before I even ever met Abe. She would tell me about these shape-shifting witches flying, and they would see them at night. My mother would tell me when she was a young lady. She would tell me about these stories, Scott, about these shape-shifting witches, these owls that will be flying at night, and they're having they would have a run-in with them. They would have a confrontation with them, and this is before I ever met Abe, Scott. My mom told me this. I was like, wow, that's amazing. I was like, and it was so strange. And I was like, really? I go, Mom, really? Did you see that? He goes, yes, I seen it. I saw that with my own eyes. I seen that with my own eyes. I was with the healer. I was with the curandera. I seen her in the air, a owl flying in the air with a lamp in its claws. The curandera prayed at her. She was praying, and she fell to the ground, and it was an owl flying. When she hit the ground, it was a woman. Can you imagine that? My mother witnessed that with the lady, with the healer, the curandera was with her. She's seen it with her own eyes. She heard her saying, "Please don't kill me. Let me go. Please let me go. Don't kill me." With her own eyes. I go, "Mom, you seen that?" "Yes, mijo. I seen it with my own eyes." And I'm like, wow. I even wrote it down. I even found the note. I mean, I wrote a 2-page, just like a little thing. I write it down so I don't forget. I wrote it down, and I found the papers. I remember. And see, when I met Abe, Scott, I was like, when he started talking about the brujas flying owl witches and stuff, I was like, wait a minute. I've heard this before. And I go, oh, I gotta listen to this. It was just something I had to do. I had to come. I go, what else that's incredible. So I believed already. I already believed it. But then when I found Abe, I was like, holy moly. And for sure, without a doubt, it's true. And without a doubt, absolutely, 100%, I don't doubt it's true. So I just want to mention that, Scott. So you understand,
Yeah.
You know
I
what I mean?
couple questions.
It's
I got a couple questions for you, Jamie. You're Spanish, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And your mom and
Yeah.
I'm just bringing that up as a I'm like, I'm a Caucasian person,
Mhm.
but this whole again, I'm going to bring up the state of Texas. All right. Now, I grew up in other areas in the United States, and the weather, it's kind of like where the cities you live. It didn't seem. I mean, this is when I grew up, because I didn't have any of this experiences like you guys have having. Since I moved to Arizona, a little more in this state, but I would say a lot more. And in Iowa, more. But Iowa is more of an agriculture state. It's finance and agriculture. It's not. But what I'm trying to get to, some of the cities that I lived in, the atmosphere, or just the terrain, or the topography, the surroundings where you live in the cities, the houses, anything. It kind of like it almost like it prevents. I mean, this whole paranormal kind of stuff, I didn't really see that happening, and I'm just wondering about each state, the type of area it is, or it snows, and you have a lot of climate changes and different stuff, that it's more conducive that this activity can manifest itself more, maybe in Texas, because it's a huge state. Number one, it's a gigantic state. That I wonder also that being of the Spanish descent, that, and I know people that are my friends that are Diné, Navajo, they seem to be a little more educated on what you're talking about, subject matter. Whereas the Caucasian white people, this is my own personal observation, is they're not. Even I met a Jewish woman, and she was spiritually, where I see the Caucasian white women or men, they're not in tune. So I'm wondering, not just the state of Texas, but also the ethnic race or ethnic person of that culture is more, and it's a hand-me-down thing too. But my parents, I mean, my parents, they never talked about anything about this kind of stuff. And and then being white is my friends, family friends. You never heard it. You never heard of this stuff. You never heard of it.
Yeah, I hear you, Scott. Look, I believe it has to do with our culture,
Yeah.
Spanish. I believe it has to do with Mexico. Because look, as far as I know, this is my feeling. That witch was on her way on the way to cross the border, because the border was right there. She may have been traveling from Mexico. I don't know this for a fact, but this is just my intuition, my discernment or whatever. My intuition. She was crossing the border. She was on because they lived in Brownsville, Texas. The border is right there. She could have been flying from. I'll put it that way. She was flying from Mexico. She was doing some evil, bad, things over here, and she was flying on. She was on her way home. You know what I'm saying? So we got in Mexico. You got the Aztecs. You got the Mayas. They got their own religion. They had their human sacrifice. See, this goes. I believe it goes way back. It goes back to the Indians, to the Aztecs, to the all those.
Bled.
This is their.
Yeah, it's bled into Texas. From the Louisiana, New Orleans.
Yeah,
because they said that Luke Guru came from Spain on the ship.
Or France.
And then
Spain or France.
Entered into New Orleans. That's why they have a lot of the dogman and the werewolves and stuff. But it's not. That was from another country. They anyways. But what I'm saying is I think that culture of Mexico, South America, and it's dark, man. I mean, you go to where I grew up, it's not dark. You got light poles. Everything is bright at night. I mean, it doesn't even want to make you look up in the sky at all, because it's the light are shining in your eyes. Where in these big states, great state of Texas, Mexico, it's and I live. I traveled in Asia too, and it's like they don't have lights on the road. It's dark. It's pitch dark, and it's hot. And people go out at night to eat. That's when they eat. They eat at night outside, and they sleep during the day because it's too hot. All their, they do everything at night. So, and I never got into any of that there. But what I'm saying is, it just seems like the lighting has something to do. The less lighting too, because you're outside and you're looking up. I mean. I don't know. I'm just bringing that up.
I got a picture.
I hear you.
Don't freak out with it, man. I always share something. I was looking through my photos and I seen it. Like it's time when you capture a manifestation, and when I show it immediately, there's an old picture from Elms Grove at the park, and there's something in this picture, and I want you to check it out, and you're gonna be able to see it. It's right there, and this is in the park itself during the day.
Okay, put it up. You're gonna put it up right now.
Right now.
Okay. I got something I was gonna share real quick. When you're done, Abe, I just got I gotta read something here. I'm gonna share with you guys. But to go back to the point of Scott, and this will make it even more. I just want to add this, but go ahead, Abe, go for it.
Yeah,
Show it now.
I'm trying to
Show
get it real
Show
quick.
it, brother.
Okay, it is. Here we go. Check this out. Let me post it.
Oh, let me get my glasses.
Whoever has the eye to see, what do you see in this picture?
Let me get my glasses. Okay.
I told you that I always feel like they be sneaking up from behind me.
I see something on your left side, Abe. Is it right behind you? He's right at your eye. Your eye. He's about that height right there. Yeah, right under your.
It's right here.
I see it.
On my shoulder.
Yep. He's dark too, real dark.
It's like a peekaboo werewolf,
Oh
yeah. He's right behind you, Abe. Huh? He's like.
I circled something up here on the tree too. Maybe a possible
There's more than
something else here with a face.
there's more
but
than
this one here.
yep.
You know, that was just something.
Mm-hmm.
I just seen this that was on my shoulder. You know, when I was. So let's see which filter looks better. You're able to see it right there. It's
I like that one. Yeah, the black and white one is better.
This one.
Yeah,
You can see it right there.
Yeah, you get more definition.
Yeah, black and white's always better.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Yeah, I see it, Abe. You got right there on your left shoulder, on your left side, on right. His head's like reaching out, like to your eye. He's right there next to your jaw, right there, man. I see him. You see,
that's like inches away, bro. That's inches away.
Mm-hmm.
Right on me. I tell you that they would always sneak around from behind me, and I knew it was behind me. Just look at my eyes, you can tell that I know it's there. I'm praying within myself right here. That's one thing. What I always do, I have to go into prayer when activity would pick up. There, I just wanted to share that it's right here on my shoulder.
Yeah.
That's just a photo I wanted to share with the viewers. That's from Elm Grove Estates in the park.
Yep, Abe. That place is infested, Abe. Well, you know that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Are there any underground caves or tunnel systems there in that Elk Grove?
Was that, brother?
Is there any like underground like sewer systems, caves, or
There's underground sewer systems. Well, in Texas, the streets underneath the streets, there's underground sewer systems.
Oh, you know what? There's caves in Texas. Am I right? In certain parts of Texas, there's caves. I heard about that. I've even seen that on some of these shows I watch. There's a couple of there's some caves in Texas. I don't know if it's in Middle Texas or where, but I believe there's a couple of caves that people have been to. I don't know, maybe I don't know. Yeah, but I believe there is caves there. Maybe in maybe the Devil's Backbone. I'm not sure, but there I heard about them. There's a few caves there. I don't know which part, but I've heard about that. What was I say? Yeah, Abe, I see it. I got my Android on too, so I can see a better image. Yep. There's a few things going on there. I see something. Yeah, I see a face. I see a face way up there on your left side too, where you right there.
The face I got it magnified. Let me show it. Let me.
I see his nose. I see like his ridges.
I'm gonna crop it for you all so you can see it. The one on top of the tree. I think
there's one on the left side.
A bruja or a freaking I don't know, a succubus, incubus, possibly. All right, here we go. Let me work on this picture and I'll. Yeah, it looks freaked out, man. The one on the tree.
Yeah, I see the face, Abe. It looks like it has something on its head. I don't know. Well, that's probably the light, or it looks like she's. I don't know. I could be wrong. It looks like she has something on her head, like a hat or something. I don't know. But I see her face, Abe. I see her nose. Do you see her nose? I see her nose. Her nose and like. And then on your right, Abe, on the very corner, it looks like another face. Looks like another face in the very corner, he's looking down. And then it looks like there's something right in almost the middle of your head, Abe. Looks like it has something horns. It looks like another face, more like I don't know. Like I can see like one long horn. You know what I mean?
Here we go. Let me share it with you. There's the face.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. I see that. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, you know, I see clear over here with your what do you call it? Your amplification. It looks, you can see it. I see it better now.
This one?
Okay, that's.
For this one.
Yeah, that one on the one. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, there's the face. What it is, I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell, man, what it is. I mean, I just know they're evil. I mean, I do know that, but
You know, there
yeah, it
it,
even looks like another one right there
it
in the
is on
bottom,
top of the
huh?
trees. So what did it say is on trees? Is it the Fae?
Yeah, the fae, the fairies are in the woods, Abe. The fairies, they could look like balls of light. Some people see balls of light like floating. These little balls of light, and those are, according to some people, that those are the well, according to one of my friends, that's a fairy, Ape, the fae, a fairy that they look like little balls of light. And sometimes sometimes at the right time, right light, you could see the little legs hanging and the wings flapping really fast, like a dragonfly, Ape. And you can see the legs hanging there, little like
Yeah,
two legs,
yeah,
little
they move
legs.
like as fast as a hummingbird, faster maybe.
Yeah, yeah. That's it. You got it right, Scott. That's what I'm talking about. They move real fast, like a hummingbird. They move like hummingbirds, and sometimes you can just see them just in a ball of light. But then sometimes that will be a that you can
Just
see the
because it
legs
says
sometimes, especially like when you're on a camera. When a camera catches them, like this camera that catches all this stuff,
yeah,
Abe. Sometimes it seems like the cameras can go through the veil. They can, because it's electronic. I don't know what that is, but you can catch. Sometimes they catch things that can go through the veil and see more or less the spiritual form of that thing. Because they showed, there's a video. Some lady caught a fairy, a ball of light, and then automatically she saw the legs. But it was from through the camera, through the camera on front of her door. You could see the little legs. He's like flying around like a hummingbird, and you see these wings flapping, and it was real bright, and you could see his little legs hanging. And like, she got scared. As a matter of fact, she saw with her own eyes. This lady, she got scared. She went in her house, man. She got scared. Like, what the hell is that? Yep.
just a
Yeah,
they say
I don't need a whole lot
elemental
of proof.
spirits also. That's what
Yeah,
they say.
you know, yeah, it could. I don't necessarily think they're. I don't know if they're good or bad, and I don't give them the doubt that they're here to help me. I don't give them. Oh, they're here to help us. No, I don't give them that. Nope, nope. You know, the Lord's angels are here to help us. I don't give them. Oh, it's just a friendly fae. Oh, it's a friendly fairy. Nope, nope. That's not my opinion. No. Uh-uh.
Okay.
That's I don't give them I don't give them that. No, that's a little bit too
Yeah,
much. No. You got to be
yeah.
wise when it comes to spiritual things. You got to be wise. You can't just, oh, it's just this and that, and it's just it's harmless. Nope. No. You know. Where's I was gonna mention. Okay, when coming down, Abe, or where's Scott when he gets back?
I can hear you. I can hear you. I'm getting.
Oh, okay. Like what you're saying about the culture. Yeah, it does. It does. Yes, it has a part to do with that because of the culture, and like the Indians, all that. Our ancestors. They sometimes they're they get all wrapped up in that for whatever reason, bad decisions or whatever. I'm not blaming nobody, none of that. But I'm saying, look, it does matter with the culture because look at the Indians, the American Indians, just specifically saying like the Navajo. They have like the same thing, man. I mean, it has a different name, but it's the same thing. The shape shifting lechuzas, these witches, owl witches, uh, and then you got the skinwalker. Skinwalker is medicine man. The skinwalker or the medicine man. The skinwalkers, they learn the good medicine and bad medicine. They learn both of them. From what I've studied, researched this, they study the good, healing, the good magic, the good and the bad. Uh, that's why this is passed on because a skinwalker is taught to a disciple. It's not just given to anybody. They get a disciple. They get somebody, somebody who wants to learn that. They go through a ritual. They go through the teaching of this medicine, the healing. They can heal and they can destroy. And this is taught, person to person. It's not everybody. Not all Navajo Indians are evil like that. But they got this one certain part of the Navajos they're evil. These are these bad medicine man. They have this knowledge and they pass it on, and it's a whole lot of teaching. They teach it to one disciple, and then they go through the ritual, they go through the ceremony was handed down from ancient times, and then they become one of them. They use the Hogans. They have these little houses on the reservation. There's certain ones that belong to the medicine man, and that they don't, because they don't know which one is actually a practicing. They know who the medicine men are. Sometimes they don't. Even within their own tribe, they don't know. One of them is a medicine man. He's a sorcerer, and they don't know it. Not even within the clan, within the whole tribe, the nation, they don't even know, because they keep it a secret. This is an evil teaching that's passed down from the medicine man to a disciple, and then he becomes a medicine man, and it goes on and on and on. You know what I'm saying? I may be incorrect, maybe a few details, but more or less, you know what I'm saying? Scott, I'm saying you're correct in the culture too. You're actually correct. I believe you're right. Here's one more. Excuse me?
I'm just going to make a quick comment. What's strange is the same white magic, black magic. I'm just going to mention, like what you said, the Diné tribe or the Navajo tribe or whatever. It's exactly the same. You know what continent? Africa.
Oh, yes.
Now, that's an interesting concept when you think about the same thing, voodoo, all right, in Africa.
Haiti.
Yeah, or whatever. And here it is, identical in another part of the country. Identical? Isn't that like coincidental? Wow, that's interesting there.
Yeah, like the voodoo priest,
culture,
the voodoo magician.
It's a different culture.
Yeah,
It's the same practice.
Yep, it's the same practice, and they have their disciples, and they teach them. They obey them whatever they say. That's what they want to be, and they have to do their bidding. They have to do. You do this. You need to do this. You will do this, and I need you to do this, and they do it because they want to be. They want to be one of them. They want to be. They want to learn, and they become whatever they say. They do it. They have to do it, or they will do it. And they do pass on this dark, this evil magic all the way down. There's some awful witch doctors in Africa. I mean, I've heard, of some of them that are, oh my goodness, they're just nothing but death, and destroying people. I mean, it's just awful. I don't even want to get into it, but I know what you mean. And then there's Haiti. Haiti got a lot of voodoo. Haiti got their witch doctors. They got that over there. Let's say, look, now going back, let me just want to mention one more thing. I'll share this. Now, check this out, guys. I got a list here that I made. This is Mexico. This is the Mayan spiritual. These are the Mayan witches or Aztec witches. Now, here's a list. I'm just going to mention them off real quick. And I want to mention what their abilities are. Now, here we go. The healer. The witch healer from the Mayans. This is the one I'm going to mention. There's a list of different types, not all of them, but this is the main ones. Okay, the healer. This person, this witch, witch is a healer. Doesn't do sacrifice or anything. They just hum. They can just put their hands on people and chant and pray, and they will heal the body. Actually, they're good in a way. Almost, you could say like a curandero, okay? That's similar to a curandero. This is the only good one that I have right here. The healer is called the Tititzi. That's it. That's over there from Mexico. This is the ancient stuff right here. The healer is called the Tititzi. Now, the other one, here's another one, the Nahual. Now, this is known. The Nahual is the shape-shifting witch. It changes into animals. The Nahual. Mexico, mostly every Mexican knows what that is. Here's another one. The one that could affect the weather. This witch can affect the weather. The Stetkulak. That's its name. That's what it's called. That's that type of witch. The one that can affect the weather. And then here's another one. The one that absorbs your energy, your physical, your life force, your aura or whatever. It's called the Clataculos. Harmful. This one is very dangerous. This one is very dangerous. The Clataculos. Okay. Here's another bad one. The Momento Kapinski would take your energies, your soul, actually take your soul, your life force. Here's another one. This one has been seen. This one is on video, has been seen in Mexico. It's still around. This one, I've seen it on other video from Mexico, flying around about the Lagua Capuchi. This is the fire orb witch, the witch that has the power to convert itself into balls of fire and float and fly about in the form of a fireball. And I've seen this one before. Okay. And then here's the last one. These are just little, like I say, the duendes, the little people, the gnomes, they're called gnomes, chinakis, and duendes. These are the little people. See, these are all from Mexico. These are the ancient witches, the Mayan witches. This is just a short list right here. There's supposedly 40 types, but these are the main ones. The main ones that were from the Mayans and Aztecs. So I just want to mention that. See, so in other words, yes, it has to do with culture, and maybe a lot of this came from those ancient civilizations, Scott. You know what I mean? These evil teachings, and they just seeped into the culture. We never know. I mean, I think it is. I probably did handed down, and most of these witches the knowledge is handed down like the Navajos to a disciple or to actually. The same blood, the child, the daughter, the son, a child's born or a boy or a girl, it's handed down and taught to within that culture, and handed down like a tradition. So I just want to mention that, so that's a good, I think you're correct.
Those fireballs,
that, Scott.
I've seen those fireballs, and they kind of, the ones I saw, I had mentioned that once before, these, what they call Chinese lanterns, but what you're bringing up, I think it's more precise what these are. But I saw this is probably would be north west part of Phoenix, out in the middle of nowhere kind of. But they'll be trailing each other, there'll be 10 to 15 of them, one behind the other.
Yeah,
and they're
but it's a flame.
They're all following each other, and they're fireballs, and probably I would say, they're up at I would say 15,000 feet. Maybe. If you're trying to follow, they're not way up in the air like a commercial airline. Will fly. They're at they come down to airspace. They're normally they fly 25,000, 27, when they're cruising or whatever. But when they come down to land at an airport, they're down. But these that I saw, and I saw that twice actually. But it's out where an area where nothing's really lit up, but it was I would say north of Luke Air Force Base or whatever in that area. But, again, in Arizona, the terrain is flat, and you get outside, it's pretty dark out in the outer areas of Arizona, because the desert, they don't put power poles and lights, everything's dim and dark. And, the whole state of Arizona is you only have the major cities that are lit up. Everything else is pitch dark everywhere. And
you don't
see everything here, dark.
Now these Lago Capuchis entities, they're seen. You'll see 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5 together, and they'll be in a row or to get in a they'll be in a column. And those are 5. We see 5. They're actually a ball. They're flaming. Like a flame, they're on fire. You'll see these things close, not too far up in the sky. You even see them close to the ground, and they're moving in a column. But you see 5 balls. That's 5 entities you're witnessing. And you know, when they go, like these ones that I saw on I seen, they go to these houses, these abandoned, these out in the boonies out there in Mexico. They go to the houses and they'll light something on fire. They'll actually catch things on fire, and then they'll dissipate. And then before you know it, you see an entity with a black cloak. You'll see an entity from nowhere appear in a black cloak, and that's him. They've changed from that form to their natural form, and you'll see these. All of a sudden, there's these forms like what Abe sees, like these black cloaked forms, and that's them. That's them.
How do these?
The ball.
If you're saying there's 5, all right. So, I mean, what do you
see
know?
5. There's 5 of them.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask you this question. Like,
I mean, I'm saying that each one is an individual entity.
right. I understand that, but how do they lower their where they are? I mean, is there any documentation of how these fireballs, do they all split up and take different regions, or do they all follow each other and come down the ground level and then they split?
Yeah, Scott. That could be. You could be correct. They do split, they separate, and they could be it's a coven. They're like a coven, Scott. They're together. They're all together doing their deed. They're all together. They're just like a coven. There's a master, the main one, the teacher of the rest, and the rest of them are the disciples. And they're all together doing. They could be all doing something. A ritual. They're there to do a ritual. They appear. They go somewhere to do a ritual, and heaven knows what they're doing bad, to the country, or to that area, or to somebody, to somebody's life. They're doing something nefarious, and that's why they have these rituals in the boonies out there in the hills, in the abandoned areas, in these dilapidated houses. They'll meet there. They'll pick a place where they're alone, where they could do their deeds, and certain areas are known for that. They go, that's the witches' mountain, in Mexico. Oh, that right there, that's the witches' domain. You go over there, you beware, you might see a witch, and that's the way it is over there in certain areas of Mexico. I go, that's the land right there of the witches. Don't go over there at night. You could go for a walk and you're at your own risk, and there's a witch in a tree. You might see a turkey in a robe. What the hell is that? That's the nahual, or a shape-shifting witch exchanging into animals. I've seen that on video. They're not playing around. I mean, I see this turkey in a tree with a robe, and I go, what the hell is that? No, it's a witch. That's what it is. It's a witch. It could change into turkey. That's another one. I know I missed it right here. Yeah, that's another witch that changes. I don't know if it's just a turkey or any animal, but there's one that changes into a turkey, and there's one that changes into any animal, the nahual. So that could have been one of those witches, and they change into a turkey. I don't know why, but there's a Mexican turkey. They change into that form, and it's disgusting, but that's the way it is. That's what it is. That's what they are. They're diabolical, So this the owl witch, well, that goes without saying. It's true. So, well, I just want to add that. So, for your knowledge, your edification. That's I do little research on that. And yep, that goes all the way back to the Aztecs, to the Mayas. Those evil teachings, like the Navajo. They have their their skinwalkers, their medicine man, the bad ones, and they have the cure for their curses. They can pull the curse, and they have a cure to stop it, to counter it, to nullify it, but they won't, they change into an animal and to go do something evil, because they can move about. When they're in animal form, they could run fast. They could run, man. I mean, they could cross areas in fast. They have that ability because they're in an animal form. So I just want to mention that, Scott. Abe. So I digress. Go ahead. I'll take a little break.
Yeah, I was going to mention there's a pastor. I think his last name is Rodriguez. He's out of like New York City, but he was into all that Santeria voodoo, and but he talks about before he got saved. You know, he has a book on all this stuff, and again, you don't hear this stuff from white people. You don't hear this. You don't hear the breakdown of these religious type of entities. You don't hear this from the white Caucasian race at all. So like I was explaining before, because in the northern regions, I mean, you hear stuff like, the Salem witches in Massachusetts or something like that, this folklore or this, this type of stuff. But everything, it's like from the southern equator. I mean, this stuff is like rampant, but I just wondered about the climate. They don't get snow. I don't know if it's just the hot climate where people are outside more. When I lived in Virginia, it was always hot, at night in the summer. We'd be always outside, playing, and the skies would be clear. And I mean, I never really saw anything there, but we were outside. It was pleasant outside, to be outside, in nature and at night. I mean, it's fun. It's fun to be out in the dark in nature. Of course, not now. Listening to all these programs, my God, it's like, but this preacher guy, I forget his name, but he talked about all the ins and outs of this. And, he goes out and he's got speaking engagement, but he's from New York City and stuff. And I went to Barnes and Noble and bought his book. It was about spiritual warfare. I got to see where that is again. But, he describes all the, I don't even want to get into it. I mean, you're aware of it. So people have to research their own if they want to learn more in detail, because I don't want to talk about it, but it's,
I got a little,
it's I don't know. It's a real thing. And, to combat it, it's about, Jesus Christ and, rebuking and tying and binding these spirits, because, but again, even today, in today's world, here it is, we're going into August 2025, and still there's not a real big push of any of this anywhere to describe, what I mean? I mean, there's nothing in the local, regional, national realm of, I'm talking about public speaking, bringing this out. It's none to be seen. You hear this? This is like a major epidemic.
Scott,
it's not even an epidemic. I mean, this is a God, what's the word? I mean, this is like, it's because if it was known that, publicly and brought out on the news, local, everywhere, that, that they would be under subjection, and people then would, it may bring up the spiritual army that God has prepared, that can pray all this stuff, and be the army of God. But I don't see what we talk about.
Like anybody doing nothing.
I don't see this. I'm not saying it's on the internet. A lot of it's on the internet, but I don't see it projected to, you go out to anywhere in the public forum, in the public, it's not there. It's not there. You know.
Yeah.
So how
Scott, yeah, go
how
ahead.
are people gonna, how are they gonna be trained up with the full body of armor if they don't know, this stuff?
Yeah, that's right. Now they don't know this is around. They don't know the enemy. They don't know the forces that are against us. They you know, they don't have. They don't. Oh, they're like, what?
It's not on the local. It's not on the local news. It's not in the government.
No.
It's not taught in schools, religious institutions, every institution you can imagine. I mean, academia schools. I mean, they are so far away from this stuff. But look at the people there that come walking out of those universities with a BA, whatever alphabet you want to put on their name. They are so blind to this that they have no clue.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely no clue. And this is I'm talking about the Catholic institutions, all these institutionalized people, they just don't have street smarts. And I even admitted at the beginning of the show, I had 4 years of college, but I had no street smarts. I mean, street smarts. Street smarts is like,
I hear you.
You take somebody that's been living on the streets and knows the streets, all right? And then you take somebody from academia, who's going to survive? That academia guy ain't going to survive one night.
Yeah, there's people that, I mean, this stuff is so strange. It's so strange and so, unbelievable. I believe it. I understand, Scott, I believe it. And it's real and it exists and has existed for a long time. And it's, they can't get out of their, I mean, it's like, they're like, what? What? They don't have no idea what that exists. What are you talking about? It sounds so crazy, so strange. Like, you got to be kidding me. They'll think you're crazy or no, it's real. It is
being
real.
a white person, the only people that I've run into, whether it be at, big lots, waiting in line, buy something or something, it's always a race, but not the white race. That subject matter will come up. It's never a white person, man. In my life, all these people I meet, it's like never a white person. It's always somebody. It's an African American. It's a Hispanic. It's a Native American Indian, but it ain't no white man, or woman.
Y'all see this here, guys?
It's weird.
Go ahead, Abe.
There's one right here. The other one's right here. You can see the snout on this one.
Oh yeah, I see it. I see. Abe, do you see a pair of eyes? I see a pair of eyes.
The
Also,
eyes are right here, and there's a snout. And over here, this one's the eyes, and there's a snout.
Oh man, that one looks. Oh man, that's you can see yeah. And one over here, that one. That's the one I was looking at, Abe, right there in the bottom, right there. You just I see a snout, two eyes, and then up here.
Got the regular picture.
Yeah,
it shows a lot more. You just don't want to do a close up of it.
Yeah, I can see it on my tablet. I got a bigger image, and I can see it right there. The one in the in the middle, right there. The one you left. The one you left just now. The eyes. I see that 2 ears. The snout. Yep, I see it. And I can't see no hands, but it's too dark. It's too dark. But I see the head, the shape, the form. I see ears.
I just, I think in the picture I can see my face, but they're standing behind me in the wood. Right there.
Okay.
Right there. I think
this one you took a picture from the back, Abe. You put the camera to your shoulder.
No.
Is this? Or you just were you looking?
Looking. I just I was recording and I was moving my camera around. And
okay, you're just panning around. You're just panning your camera. Your
So
okay.
there's a screenshot of my live. So you can definitely see the features on this one right here, the face, how it looks. So that's why I did a close up of it.
Mm-hmm.
The forehead is right here. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if there's another one in here or not, but I can see this one's for sure. Yeah, I was just sharing that real quick
Yeah. Yeah.
to the viewers. I seen there's been a lot of trolls here tonight.
Oh man, don't tell me they were.
They've been booting them out,
Oh, good.
and I've been booting them out too.
Good. You know this stuff right here. I mean, Abe, what you've been sharing, bro. I mean, my brother, all this time you've been sharing this. This stuff is serious, man. This is not a. We're not here to. I mean, you're not here to play games or lie to people or anything. These trolls, they're just ridiculous, man. I mean, they have to come up here and just trying to disrupt. You know, this is not a joke. I mean, but they don't care. They don't care. They just want to be a fools. They want to act a fool. You know. I mean, but I don't want to get into. I mean, it's you know what I'm saying. I mean,
I'm not even worried about those people. I mean, the only thing I got to do is just block them when they pop up, say something dumb. I just throw them out. It's like you step on cockroaches, cucarachos.
Yeah. Bobble like a whack-a-mole. When their heads pop up, you gotta whack them. Give them a, they pop up and then whack them on the head.
Well, I was just thinking, Jamie, the other part I was talking about, what's not talked about in the public world is the spirit realm. There's like absolutely zero, I mean, you have these shows, but I'm talking about the normies, the mass public about this.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a small, we have a small area but I'm talking about, the mass public in every state of the United States that it's untouched. There is of course, there's a hidden hand preventing from this stuff. The media is controlled. All these, controlling communication. When I was in Minnesota, like back in the 80, I think it was like, 80, I think it was like 1990, I started recognizing, or I started hearing that there was these corporations buying up every radio station and newspaper in Minnesota, that is. Meaning this, okay, when you had newspapers, public television, you had a source of, getting information out to people. But this happened during Clinton's presidency, that were major corporations buying. Let's see here. I'm just trying to give an example here of buying, huge newspapers, big companies. So that's when also I had a little bit of my radar go up, going like, well, censorship, they're going to control the news that we're going to get. So I was like, I kind of had this conspiracy going on in my head a little bit, but it was this takeover of the media. And what I'm trying to get to is no wonder now when I'm bringing out this little tidbit about, hey, Jamie, nobody's hearing about the spirit realm, werewolves, transforming into clowns or werewolves wearing clown outfits, with the suit sticking out, or these voodoo religious stuff.
Yeah.
And the things of the air flying around at night. You could see them at night, and you could see a whole bunch of them in Texas, or whatever. but you don't hear
Yeah.
zilch about this stuff.
No.
And I'm talking about
I mean,
the norm. It's not just normies, but I'm talking about the regular population of this country is
yeah.
they have no clue about this stuff, and
Yeah.
they just know what
right.
they saw. They watch a movie, on TV, the series, or vampire movies, werewolf movies,
Yeah.
various stuff.
Your show.
And that's all they know.
Mhm.
That's all they know. But it's like,
Yeah.
well, the Matrix, it could be a real thing happening, a real live situation is the movie's based on, that could be absolutely real what's going on. But so I'm just saying the spirit realm, but what I was getting back to is that I started noticing these corporations buying up. I think it was like General Electric was buying up all the newspapers, with these Fortune, 500 companies. That I think that 500 stands for $500 billion company. I think that's what they have, a 200 billion, Fortune 200, Fortune 5. Anyways, and that all started, and I started noticing, by listening and hearing that these big corporations were buying all the media out. So here we stand with the same thing, what I'm just talking about. Like, no wonder, why are there trolls that get on? Well, they're also educated by all the media was taken over. They're not educated because, everything was bought up in the 90s.
Well, I think some of these trolls.
There's no AM radio stations. There's no, there's no, radio station. All these radio stations, the towers. Now it's all bought up. Everything is bought up to bamboozle and shield everybody from the truth.
Well, when you have a monopoly on all the media, Scott, when you got a monopoly, when it's so completely under your authority, your power, you can put the news out that you want to put out. But you can let them know only what you want them to know. That's control. That's like a form of control. And you keep your public ignorant to the truth. You keep them under control.
You have to
and that's a whole other issue
truth.
right there.
You give them some truth, but it's like I said before, not to get off subject matter, but this alternative media, they have a lot of truth, but when you bring up Jesus Christ on a platform, all of a sudden you're not invited back. Why?
Yeah, that's right. And Jesus is peace, nothing bad. It's all life. It's all love. It's all life and peace and brotherhood. It's all that's Jesus. That's what Jesus. You don't hear about Christians killing any people. You don't hear about what you do here now in our time, in this month, this year. You hear about Christians over here got murdered. You hear about a whole bunch of Christians got murdered over here. Another bunch of Christians over here in this country got murdered. It's like they don't want to hear it, but you're the ones that are victims. I mean, don't you notice? You don't hear about, oh man, they killed about 50 Muslims. Some Christians killed 50 Muslims, machine gunned them down. Nope. You notice?
Well,
you don't hear that.
I mean,
nope. You hear about this group of fanatics, these radicals, killed a bunch of Christians in the church. It's like, if you go to another country and you say you're Christian, you better check that out first before you go. Before you go somewhere, you got to find out what's the religious status of that country. Find out what's is it safe? Are they persecuting anybody? Are they persecuting Christians? Because you can be in danger. You just want to say that. You just want to mention that, Scott. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I like my pastor was from Kosian, which is in the northern part of India. The guy that started teaching me the Bible, but he had semi-underground churches, like a Christian church, and they do tolerate Christian churches in India, but it's like, you make a big wave about Christianity and bring it out in the open, like big time, and start converting Hindus and Sikhs, I mean, into and they're kind of a strange sect too, the Sikhs in India. But you start converting those people, like that government man will shut you down real quick, So everything.
Oh, you piss them off.
Well, it's they're so yeah. I mean the we're heading towards that new world order, they call it. One all religions are one, and all that sort of thing. And it's coming. It's going to happen. It says it in the Bible. It says it. And
you know what, Scott? That's what I said. I wish I sad to say, but I think it's true.
Well,
Scott,
it says it in the Bible.
My understanding, we're already in. We're in that the time of. It's not. We haven't seen the full chastising from God yet. We haven't. Not yet. I mean, you know what I mean? We live to 70. We live to 70 years old. We might see barely when I leave this world. I might be seeing the first beginning of the times of woe, the first chastisement. Because look at the society. Our society is degrading. The women in restrooms. I was watching that today on the news. Women in our legislature, men performing in women's sports, and then LGBT, and then they want to go into the females' restrooms. That's I'm just picking out one. Just one random thing.
That.
I mean,
it's just.
I mean, that. I mean, I'm saying.
I think it's the AI. That's the biggest thing I'm studying now.
AI
is going to be. It's going to be that's where you put your antennas up, because that AI, and they have these supercomputers that, for example, I used to play chess, and I was a pretty good chess player, and they have machines now that can beat any grandmaster, any Russian. It don't matter what, they're the top of the grandmasters. They have these computer simulators that can beat any kind of. So what I'm saying is AI, artificial intelligence, computers, that sort of thing is gonna get rid of the human person, and then also make everybody think that it's so wonderful, but they're giving up. They're falling into the trap. But it's AI. That's going to be the part of this antichrist system.
Yeah, can I make a
Well, look at what
Can I just make
talking about supercomputers. Look at CERN. Look at what they're doing. But go ahead, Texas Army.
Yes,
Go ahead.
well-
I digress. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
So what's it, about the AI stuff Scott was mentioning? I mean, AI is getting intelligent, and it was way before, because it's a pretty long time that since just regular computers can already beat like grandmasters in chess. So those computers are really skilled in that department. And we got Google, we got the internet, we got all these type of things. So in that aspect, yes, you could argue they're smarter than us. However, there's one aspect we have that an AI could never have, and that's the spirit. An AI cannot just have a spirit. It cannot be saved in the same way we do. It cannot talk to angels the same way we do. It is so much.
Right.
It's like, if you imagine a piece of paper can be as large as you can imagine it, but it can never be like truly third dimensional. I mean, we got like a third dimension, or I should say, we are like fourth dimensional at least. I don't really know how to explain it in terms of dimensional theory, but we just a two-dimensional plane, regardless of how big it is, it can never be a three-dimensional object, and that's kind of the similar thing that we have with in regards to AI. And AI can be really smart. It can do a lot of things, but it can never have the dimension we have, which is the spirit.
Yeah, it's kind of linear, you know, but it's going to bamboozle everybody, man. I mean, everybody's going to fall for this, man. I'm telling you, they're going to fall.
If
They're going to be forced. They're going to be forced. And
if
I
they
mean,
don't have the
you know,
spirit, yeah.
the COVID situation, the snake bite that came up. I mean, just look at that as a precursor of like, how did your? I mean, this is me. When I heard this stuff and I was at working and I was told what to do, what to wear, all these constraints. And I said to myself at that point, God, get me off this planet ASAP. You know, when this stuff came down, it's like I was not even I mean, being uncomfortable is, spiritually is the least. I mean, I was like violated, like spiritually, like, I mean, I just felt like, please God, get me off this planet. When that thing came down, because and then I looked around and seeing all these, people abiding by this, and they did nothing. Nobody did nothing about it. They all followed like people following each other off the cliff, man. You know, and that AI is going to do the same thing, man. And it's going to make this COVID, snake bite thing. I mean, that's a physical thing in a way, but I'm talking this AI, man. It's just it's gonna make this COVID look like nothing, man.
Yeah,
You know,
about how the
Yeah.
people
people,
react.
man. And just stay away from everybody you can, man. You know, only be hooked up with people that have the spirit of God in them, and never ever approach family members. I don't care who they are, because they'll rat you out, man.
About
And the Bible
how
says that. The Bible even says your children will even rat you out, man. So
yes, and that's one thing that's really surprised me at the time when it was 2019. My view of humanity was a certain way, and then 2020 hits, and I seen how people responded because the flu got marketing, and it was just wild. I did not even imagine it that people would be such a way, and we would nowadays we look back at the world wars, for example, and we all be very moral and say, "Oh, how could this happen? I could never do something like that." And I'm not trying to make the comparison, but it was it was just so. Um, I did not
yeah, it
expect
was
that people would be such a
it
way.
was a huge satanic spell that was across the whole world, man. And that's just like that was like you know just a easy thing that Satan did. Just easy, like and look at everybody, man. There wasn't one, where was the military? Where was the government? Where were the political, local, regional, national level? They all, man, they all, the medical, you name it, every single one of them, man. Just like they just they they put their tail between their legs and put the white flag up, man. Boom, you know,
Yeah, people
everywhere,
always
man.
say they want better, but then how they respond, it's like, yeah, you're the one that actually makes things better or not, and if everybody on a mass scale is acting like completely ridiculous, then it's no wonder. things are the way they are.
Yeah. It's a spell, man. You have to.
It is
There's
a,
no
yeah.
there's no other way you could explain this that it is a satanic demonic spell.
Yeah, I mean,
That's it.
I
I
agree.
mean, there's no other way you can. It's so it's the only logical. I mean, I guess if you're spiritual, you would accept that, but the whole look what that the whole masses of the world, you know.
I mean,
Um,
there's definitely the element to this because when you can pick up on people and how strong the spirit is, just in regular, as the most average person, the average spirit, it's really not that strong. And that's saying it nicely. It's because I've seen people and with their spirit, it's just whoa, that's almost nothing there. I mean, there's some people I've worked with, and sometimes on this show we talk about spiritual openings. Well, they are the spiritual openings. That's how weak their spirit is. And I'm not trying to rag on anyone or joking or anything. I'm just being honest. Some people have a really weak spirit. I mean, I've known a lady, her aura doesn't even um, isn't even full. It looks like Pac-Man. It can just anything can go in there. I mean, on this
yeah,
show we got spiritual discernment, but if you got look at average in the population, it's a lot worse than you might hope for.
yeah, it's a sad state of affairs, and it's coming. This whole AI is going to be another. Again, it's going to be another, and I mean, people are predicting even another pandemic coming on top of that. And it's going to be worse than this one that we've had. But again, it's a
Oh my goodness.
satanic spell that that the powers that be that run this world is they're gonna pull another one, and I forget what month or year, I don't know, somebody had leaked out something about this, but again, it's demonic warfare at it's in your face.
Oh
Everybody
yeah.
should be
Hmm.
everybody should see this right now. You better wake up because this stuff is slapping you so hard in your
Hmm.
that my God, you know. And I can't talk to my family members about this. And I can't talk to almost everyone about this because it's
But
only
there's
I mean the people I do is only if God brings me to that person. And you guys will probably know about what I'm saying is how you know God puts people in your lives or you meet, and you start when once that starts to happen more and more, you start to realize that you know uh, there's not too many there's not too many people that are going to be uh, your spiritual friends, let's just say, like we are here. I mean, we're like a family here, but I'm talking about physically now, where you have friends, whatever. It's not that many, not that
yeah,
many
there's
at all.
two main things I learned about
Oh yeah.
when the pandemic hit, or at least when the regulations hit, when the flu got marketed. The two main things. One is that I already touched upon is the people in general. I was a bit blissfully ignorant on how people actually were in regards to this. Second is the people I used to call my friends. I thought, okay, they were decently smart guys and they are open for discussion, but they completely bought in everything. And they say, oh, everyone, even healthy, it should all be locked down. And I said, guys, just trying to make a point. What can I help someone just by staying inside rather than contributing? Well, and the
Yeah.
and it was all it was all online. It was all through WhatsApp, and all of them they completely went off at me. And I got all kinds of accusations. I was a monster or
Yeah.
whatever. And like,
Yeah. Look at that.
I'm
Look at
just
that
trying to make.
spirit.
I'm like, oh, chill out. You know what I mean. But they were completely
Well,
buying
it's
into everything. It's like, okay, so this is your character. How much character you have? And I'm actually kind of thankful for all this, for this experience. That, like, okay, you showed me your true colors. And when you get rid of people, new people come in. So I met some pretty cool people.
well, it's interesting you say that because before I used to think, oh, they're ignorant. People are ignorant. But since I don't know if it's Abe's show or maybe later on I started to think, or maybe the Holy Spirit was telling me that uh, these people they're being manipulated by Satan. And I think it was before I got on this show or whatever. But I started to think, like, I mean, it's like I saw a video of Mel Gibson talking about Hollywood. Like he was saying, like I thought I started thinking about how weird things were happening in Hollywood, and come to find out it was true. And that's how I felt about like people, like what you just said. Like your people. But it was like, to me, it's like it's a spiritual takeover. It's a demonic. People like Abe was like educating me about these demonic spirits are jumping into these people, your friends, family members, whatever, and they're not ignorant. It's just like they're possessed. I mean, it's hard to say that, but it's like these people are at a certain frequency or a certain extent that they are, they refuse to question any kind of authority, or just question in their minds, like, why am I thinking like this? I want to step out of myself and take a hard look at this thing. And
Scott,
it,
yeah, go ahead,
it's
Scott.
possession, man. I mean, when you say, Jamie, like, this is a serious thing, it's beyond serious, man. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Scott, mentioning Hollywood, I just want to make a just real quick point. I don't know if it was PRT or Josh or Abe. They had a guest who was a movie producer, the director. He was a director, movie director. I don't know if it was Scott. I mean, Josh, who had him as a guest, or Abe. I forgot. But he showed his photographs of the actors on a film that he just did, and in Hollywood. And this man came on PRT, or I'm not sure if it was Abe, but he brought the pictures. Abe, do you remember that? In the pictures, the actors he took the photographs of, you could see in every photograph a demonic face. The faces were all deformed, and they had a demonic face. Yeah, I don't know if you remember that, Abe, or was it Josh or
Brother Josh?
Yeah, I mean, if you see it yourself, you can look it up. My goodness, every photograph of these actors, there's nothing wrong with the film, nothing wrong with the camera. They should have been good, clean pictures. No, every face was deformed, and it was hideous. They were all, my God, you can see the overlapping demonic face on every actor. And I just want to mention that, and that's it. I digress. Scott, go ahead. I just want to mention
Mel
that.
Gibson brought that out. He got blackballed because there's some videos about actors like Val Kilmer. He was blackballed, and I don't know. There's a recent one Mel Gibson was talking about. But when he released that Passion of the Christ movie, that it got no syndication. He funded that movie by himself, and it got no. When they Rolling Stone magazine and these other magazines said there was nothing in it in these magazines. They did not touch that with a 10-foot pole. Any kind of promotion on that, although made $100 million or something. I think it was 10 million that they made that film.
It broke the
Grossed
record.
like 100 million, but absolutely
Mhm.
zero on, Wall Street Journal, Rolling Stone magazine, all these, music,
Mhm.
theatrical arts things. There was like zero. So, these faces, hey, that whole Hollywood, man, it's nothing. It's nothing
Mhm.
but Satan's, that's his retreat, Thanks, man.
That director, it disturbed him, Scott. It disturbed him so bad that he had to show it on PRT. He had to get on the show and show him, look what I got.
Yeah.
It disturbed him that bad. And when I saw it, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Something's wrong here, That's it. I just wanted to say. I was like, dang, what the heck is that?
Yeah, the film,
Oh my goodness.
when you're taking film, it's taking, and Abe probably knows more about this than I do. I'm a super, super amateur photographer, but there's, each shutter has a speed, and there's fast film. You can buy fast film. There's, as a photographer, there's different film that you can buy and different shutter speeds on cameras and stuff. So, that actually brings out, a lot of this demonic that's behind the scenes, that's in a different frequency, a different motion. What Abe is showing, he's showing this motion, and then it's fast, but then he slows it down so we can see the definition, at this. But, these things are vibrating or a different frequency. And, I bet you in the future, we're going to, be able to buy, more cameras or other instruments that will be even more sophisticated, that will show people the veil, what is behind the scenes on people's, their hand could be, with a shutter speed of, 1/1000, their hand is, they got one hand that's normal, the other hand is a claw of like a reptilian claw, with nails that are 2 inches long, scaly hand. And you're going like, is that same guy that won the Academy Award? Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? It's going to be amazing, man. Because this technology works. It's a sword. It's, it's sharp on 2 eggs, it's a 2-edged sword.
Yeah.
So this technology can kind of like, it's going to blow people's minds, too. But it's all discernment. You have to have highly discerning, with the AI, changing stuff and making stuff fake and all that stuff. So, but yeah. I mean, God,
Yeah.
Well, guys, we're hitting going for 5 hours right now.
Yeah, I'm about ready. I'm gonna sign off, man. This is way past my bedtime. You're killing me, buddy. You know what you're making me do?
Share some words of wisdom there to the viewers before you go, Brother Scott.
What's that? Say that again.
Would you like to share something with a?
No. I mean, I brought up that synchronicity subject matter. That's what, and what it is, the subject matter was that Jewish girl that I knew. And it's not really about Jewish or Catholic or whatever, but it's about somebody, tipping you off. And it's basically, it's the Holy Spirit telling her to tell me, hey, take a look at this class, this UFO class. And after I went to that class, I think it was only like 2-day class or a seminar or something at a high school. And a week later, I see a flying triangle. What's the synchronicity of that? Meaning this, because I'll just read this, what the synchronicity says again. Events often feel like they happen for reasons they are a part of a larger pattern. So the larger pattern was this girl told me, I went to this class, and then this class, I said that statement, who are the good guys and the bad guys, meaning who are now, I realize, instead of the aliens back then, now who are the good demons and the bad demons, right? But they're all demons, right? So, but who are the good guys and the bad guys? So the pattern led me to seeing that triangular craft that was, 150 feet long and 50 feet wide, whatever the width was. It's on, if you go to MUFON in December reports of 1997, I think, December, and looked at Des Moines, Iowa, you can find my report in there. But what's the pattern here? Well, the pattern is showing me that this is synchronicity. This is a pattern that happened for me to see this. And the Jewish girl told me after I saw that, the girl goes, Scott, you were meant to see that. And it went in one ear out the other. But I think I've had that happen to me several times, meaning, somebody would come up and say, that thing that happened to you was like a financial big thing that happened for me. And the guy goes, oh, Scott, that wouldn't have happened to anybody else but you. Like you deserved it or something like that. And I just shrugged it off, this kind of stuff. And but I look back on it, but there is something to do with the synchronicity and the pattern that these things happen for us. And I just want to say that at the end, Abe. That's my spiel at the end.
Scott, I want to mention real quick. You mentioned the triangle UFO. Well, my friend, my good friend, he had a sighting of right here in town, and it was right over in his block. He got a photograph of this UFO, and if I haven't seen him for a while, when I do, I'm gonna find out if he still has it. I hope he didn't delete it. He took the picture of it, and I saw it myself. I'm gonna have him send it to me, the photograph. And I'm gonna try to send it to Abe, and so he could show it here. So if that's okay with Abe, I'm gonna try to get it. If he still has it, I'm gonna have him send it to me, and I'll try to send it to you, Abe, so you can show it here. And because I was gonna tell him a story, you guys. I want to share the story about that situation when he had that UFO triangle sighting. It was hovering. It moved, and it was hovering over the church. The church I go to, it was hovering over that church, and then there's some other things that happened, but I wasn't gonna share that. But I'll later. I'll just bring it up. It's not a long story, but I'm gonna try to get that photograph from him, and if I can get it, I'll try to send it to Abe so he can share it here. If it's okay with Abe, I'll ask. If it's okay with him. So, all right. I just want to mention that, Scott.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that sounds
that's
cool.
all.
Well, I'm going to sign off. Thanks for everyone. Thanks, Abe. Again, your show is great. And everybody that's joined in. And man, I'm just tired. So I'll see you next time.
Yeah, I hear you. It's been a long time.
See you later, guys.
Good night, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, good night, Scott. Have a good one.
Being on the panel tonight. To everybody that's on the panel.
Yeah. Man, it was fun, Scott. Okay. Have a good one. Good night. Okay. Okay. Goodbye. Good night. Good night. Good night, Scott. I made me a cup of coffee real quick here.
We got Texas Learning.
Hello. That's interesting topics tonight.
I do remember some incidents, and maybe we'll share if you got the picture of the UFO, because I do got some stories of things that I remember when I was a kid of this UFO, not just of a UFO activity. When people talk about reptilians or Dracos, I remember seeing things like that. I don't know. It's kind of like it could control people. That's all I can say. But I'll share that for another. Whenever we share this story, bring this picture. If he does find the picture from his friend, maybe I can share those stories. Yeah, it was a pretty good show. Even though we got bombarded by trolls,
Yeah,
I was
it's the
seeing all the
first of the
trolls
month,
coming
so
in.
they have got more counts. That's what I think.
They got nothing else better to do.
Something must have stepped on their toes. I don't know. But
Strange lights in the sky. In Cape Cod, yeah, the ones that I seen is when I was a kid, um, in the 70s. The UFO the UFO, and not just the UFO. You could say, I see Brother Jasper Trago look reptilian to me. I'm talking about it was huge and even had a tail that it was dragging. But it was nighttime. But I seen how it looked and everything. Uh, but I'll share that for another day. That's when I was a kid. Some There was a lot of events happening where something was breaking the sound barrier.
yeah, I remember seeing some of them sometimes, but it's a bit odd how it works because I got good eyes. I don't need glasses or anything, but in spirit eyes, I can see way further. There's no way I could see from that distance. But I saw just from my home. I saw it. It was like on the edge of yeah, on the edge of space. Really, there was just this one, yeah, one saucer or whatever it was, but there was indeed alien activity. But there's no way I could see it from with my naked eyes. But in spirit, for some reason, I just picked up on it. Then I went to
Yeah,
investigate.
the thing with the reptilians, because they're so heavy and they're so big, is when they walk, you can hear the thumps because they're so heavy, and then you can hear the tail drag because it's heavy too. So it's like a where the tail is dragging. So when you hear stories of El Kukui or the boogeyman, how they say it's a hunch, it's got the thing over his head, and it's dragging like a sack or whatever. Well, if you think about a boogeyman, the way that they describe him, how he's walking, well, the reptilian or the drago, whatever, it wears like a cloak, like a robe. No difference than the cults and stuff like that. But he wears like a cloak over their head. It's so heavy that when it steps, you can hear the footstep, right? Especially like when I enter my home on the wooden floor, you hear that because it's heavy. And then as it's walking from room to room, you can hear the tail dragging because it's got his tail, so it's dragging his tail on the ground. And then you hear it like it's dragging, and you hear the thumps, and you can hear the tail dragging as it went out of the house. Yeah, that's, and I seen them how he looked and everything. They do
Do
wear
you see?
cloaks. Yeah, I seen them. I seen them, and I was hiding. I was hiding. I was hiding underneath my blanket, but I seen them. You know. But then I'll share the whole story next time. But I just know how they sound when they're walking, big thumps because they're heavy, and then as they step in, the tail's dragging. They're not lifting the tail. Their tail is literally dragging on the ground.
But you don't see any like physical evidence after it. Because I remember
Uh,
having,
I just remember the memory of it.
because I
So what do you
remember,
think? What do you think it drags his tail? Do you think it drags his tail? So if it's walking on dirt, it could wipe the footprint.
It could be.
Do you think it's possible?
I mean, it could be, but I have had in my proximity some really big guys in spirit. But if I just look at the ground or the dirt or wherever it was, it just there's like no evidence. Like they because I've sensed it in spirit, like, oh, this is one heavy guy, and then I looked at the ground and there's as if nothing happened.
Yeah. I wanted some things, man. I hear everything. When I talk about UFOs and I mean, when people say they see dinosaurs, you gotta just know that they're able to manifest to anything. Uh, like that day,
Yeah.
those things happened at my house when I was a kid, where I was hearing all kinds of noises outside. It sounded like a wagon. And you could hear like somebody was throwing weapons, and then you could hear like a whip, like it's like a different time. You could hear the cows and horses and different animal sounds, and when people
Oh
compare
man,
that,
that
if
is
people
amazing.
compare that, they say, well, maybe it was a UFO.
Amazing.
They had these animals in there, but the UFO is not going to make the the whip sound or something yelling like something's on the wagon. And me and my brother shared this. I'm going to we should save the story for another day, but I just said that following day
Yeah.
when we woke up because we prayed all night, me and my brother had to shovel
Oh man,
shit all day. There
Mm,
was outside the yard.
amazing.
We have 4 lots. Front and back of the houses was nothing but crap. I'm talking about different kinds of piles of crap, and there's no way we kept our gates locked. There was pile of crap everywhere. We shoveled it the whole day. We made a pile in the back. Then we locked the gates again, and we put boards underneath, even though there was no
Mhm.
cracks.
Oh,
Then
dang.
the same thing happened the following day. Same thing. The whipping, and you hear somebody yelling, or different kinds of animals, elephant sounds, tiger sounds, you name it. So we went
Oh
into
man,
prayer,
every animal.
and then we had to following day we went out there again. Me and my brother shoveled shit for 2 days. Uh, Once we
Mm,
put the last wheelbarrow, you remember those red wheelbarrows? The last wheelbarrow, we picked it up and put the shit. There was a big pile of shit. That pile of shit had to be like high, man. It was like 6 feet high. It was high, 7 feet high.
my-
We were talking to our grandmother,
what?
and we're telling grandma, how did all this happen? We're trying to figure out. And next thing you know, the pile of crap vanished in thin air, disappeared. No trace of crap even being there. So when you see things like that, I didn't see a beam from a UFO come and hit it and take
Mm-mm.
the pile of shit. No, it just appeared in thin air. So what is that telling
Mhm.
you? That's telling you that it's more of a spiritual thing, demonic nature. You can't
Mhm.
believe everything that you're hearing or you might be seeing.
Mhm.
So that's why I always tell people, place it to a spiritual test. At that time, I was just a kid. I was just following the orders that were given to me by. No, I was be obedient, to my grandmother, to my parents, but I witnessed that. So how is a pile of shit going to
That is
disappear in thin air?
that is incredible, man. That
So
was
when I hear
wow.
when I hear people say they found Bigfoot shit or things of that nature, is like, to me, what I've witnessed, what I've experienced. I said, if they found some kind of shit, maybe it's not the Bigfoot shit, but the what happened in our yard, that disappeared. The shit disappeared. It just vanished in thin air. I think if they're coming from a different realm or a different dimension, that whatever manifestation they take, or like footprints, or they leave something behind, right? Like shit or anything behind that just disappears. You know, just like what I witnessed the pile of crap disappear, just disappear in thin air, like it didn't even exist. I still had all the blisters on my freaking hands from shoveling the shit with a shovel. Me and my brother had blisters all over our hands, and it stunk too, real bad. There was flies everywhere.
Oh
You
man,
know, when the evil comes, it brings a pestilence, right?
Mhm. That is.
That's a true story, man.
Yeah,
When I
I
have my
believe
brother
you.
back on here, we'll talk about that event. We talked about it last time, but that's a true story right there. He witnessed it. I witnessed it. If we were in the military, I'll say I was stuck on the detail of shoveling the shit, right? But yeah, me and my brother were 2 days straight, and the crap was different. It was never it wasn't the same. All the crap that was in the it was 4 lots full of crap, front and
Dang,
back.
man. Different animals. Oh man,
But
it's just
what is going to change into a different animal? Demon, different
dang.
manifestations. They were there for about 3 hours, 4 hours, making different noises for 2 days straight. So whatever manifestation they took, they left crap there. It was, I'm telling you, it looked like elephant crap, you know, freaking cow shit, horse shit, different kinds of shits, all over the yard.
Mm, wow. Hey, but there was some more activity, huh? Before that started. I mean, before
Yeah,
the
well,
animals came, they were bang the brujas were making a big noise. They were making
well,
a
this one was
scandalo, or
a
they were
different
making a
incident than the lechuzas. This happened actually on a Sunday, man.
uh
Saturday. Well, it was Friday and Saturday when it happened. We
huh
wasn't hearing the lechuzas. It was something that came. You know, could have been
uh huh.
El Diablo or something
Oh
because he was making different noises. Whatever it was,
uh huh.
he
Oh,
was also
okay,
talking in
okay.
different voices too. Imagine you're already hearing the animal sounds, and you hear like a
Mhm,
woman. They're mimicking the voices of your loved ones, telling you to come outside
mhm,
and stuff like that. You know, like speaking. Like they will stop and they start
uh
thinking
huh.
like a person, like they care, and then all of a sudden you start hearing growlings like a lion growl, and yeah,
Bestial, yeah.
pure
Guttural
evil,
growls,
man, pure
bestial.
evil.
Pure evil, ape. Yeah. Um. Oh, and then you heard like horses, huh? Horse who
Yeah,
like
the
running
horses,
horses.
there was hoof mark,
You can hear like
the whip,
you can hear like
somebody
when
yelling
uh
with a
huh.
whip.
Oh
Yeah,
uh huh. Oh man, you can
yes,
save that
Sally.
one for
Sally,
tomorrow, ape.
I was just to give you a
Y-
quick rundown.
That
I'll try to get my brother
yeah
so we
yeah
can talk about it next
uh,
time. Yeah, this
yeah.
happened. I mean, me and he remembers because we were for 2 days straight. I'm talking about different kinds of crap on the front and the back. It was outside the gate, inside yard. It was everywhere.
Uh-huh. Abe, there wasn't no spot that wasn't covered with
No,
dung,
it was
huh?
everywhere.
It was it was everywhere,
Every
huh? Everywhere, not like just in one corner, one pile. Like just the
if
end,
I
just
knew
the one
the,
side,
the wisdom
all
and
over.
knowledge that I have now, I would have typed and rebuked
Yeah,
them in the name of Jesus Christ, and I bet you that the shit would have disappeared, and me
yeah.
and my brother wouldn't have had to shovel any shit because it would have
Uh huh.
disappeared. The demons were, you could say, the demons were still in place.
It would have
Yeah.
saved you a lot of work.
They, wow.
Yeah, I would have done. No, not that the wisdom and knowledge that I got, but I would have done that.
Hmm. Amazing, man. That's
Rain. It wasn't just a horse. It was different piles of shit.
so man. That is so. Oh man, I don't know how that's.
My sisters. I don't know if they remember, but my brother does because, like I said,
Mhm.
and
Yeah, Jack.
yeah, we spoke about it last time when he was here on the
Hmm.
show. Yeah,
Yeah, I hope Jack could be here tomorrow. I mean,
I
tonight.
don't
I mean,
know if he can
that
because he's working. I think he's working the night shift
night shift. Oh, okay, okay. I
or in the
mean,
morning.
yeah.
I can't remember.
Wow.
I think he's got to
I
go in the
mean,
morning.
hmm
Yeah.
Does the smell like overwhelming as well? If it's like a
Oh
lot of
man,
different animals,
it
it's all
was
mixture.
nasty, brother. It was nasty, nasty smell, and there was flies everywhere flying around. I'd make sure I didn't touch no crap, even though I try my best not to touch the crap. Just shovel it. We just shoveled and we carry the wheelbarrow, dump it. I mean, it was an all day thing for 2 days straight. We had already cleaned up one day all of it, and then the following day the same thing happened, and we had to do it again. That's like a invasion, demonic invasion. Because it was
Abe, the second day. Oh, excuse me.
go
Sorry, Abe.
ahead.
The second day, did they make all kinds of
Yeah,
ruckus like the first day?
the same exact thing as the first day.
Uh-huh.
And that was the only time
Oh,
that
okay.
I recall in my life that anything like that I've ever experienced or witnessed. Right. I think when I was
Hmm.
seeing an episode of the X Files, they were talking about how I guess a UFO had picked up some animals from the zoo or something like that. In
Uh-huh.
which I was listening to it, I said, well, it could make sense, but there was no UFO. There was no lights. There was no aliens. The only thing I could hear animals, and it left
Uh-huh.
the crowd. That what freaked me out the most, you know, I mean, everything was freaked out. So I went into prayer. But when that big pile of shit disappeared the way it did, I'm lucky I
Hmm.
wasn't near it or anything. Because if it disappeared and went to a different realm, that could have gone. If you're touching it or nearby, most likely it might be able to take you too.
Hmm. You know they call that there's a word, a port it. They moved it from somewhere else, Abe, or however, but they make things appear. They make objects appear,
Yeah,
disappear.
just like they
Yeah,
do the
that's
same
a.
thing. Like for example, this when when you have a demonic presence in your house. Also, when you're looking for
Hmm.
your keys and you can find them, and you left them right
Hmm.
there by the table. You search for hours
Hmm.
everywhere, flip the rooms upside down looking for your keys. Next, you know,
Hmm.
it's right there where you left them.
So
They
Hmm.
make
just
them
a
disappear and reappear. And no difference when you lose your wallet. You say, I swear I had it right here. You switch everything around. Next time you know,
Hmm.
it's right there. You can search for 2 3 hours and it'll be right there where you're looking at it in the first place. They can make things disappear to fuck with you. Excuse my French. But that's what they do.
Hmm.
so just a question about these temporary manifestations, and it's not just about feces; it could be anything. Aside from it
Yes.
being temporary, is there like another difference between that and the matter? It could have been because if a temporary manifestation is like a big cow dung, whatever it is, for an
Well,
example,
it was like a
is it
48
different?
hour manifestation for the pile in the bottom because we were there overnight. Then the thing happened again. The other pile was still in the back. Then we had to shovel crap all day again and put it on that pile, and it was huge. As soon as we finished, it just disappeared in thin air,
Yes, but I mean,
vanished.
aside from it being temporary, 'cause I think trying to phrase the question, um, temporary manifestations are because they are like temporary. But if you take a temporary manifestation of things, of something, and you place it next to the actual physical thing, could you look at those two substances and actually detect that one is different from the other, or do they look exactly the same?
No, the manure looked different. The different kinds of manure. There was just a nasty smell to it, pestilent smell, like nasty, sewer like. It's just a nasty smell, and there was flies flying everywhere, all throughout the yard. I'm talking about
All right.
nasty green flies.
Abe. I just want to mention, and I'll sign off. That's one of their powers, Abe. That's a demonic power, apporting anything, objects, feces, coins, making stuff disappear. They can make your things, your property, stuff disappear and appear. Actual things that are real, that are matter. That dung, I believe it was real dung, and it was real dung, physical dung that they imported from I don't know, God knows where, and they have that ability. I'm just saying they have that. That's just their powers, Abe. That's
Yeah.
And that's it. I'm done for the
All right, brother.
night. I'll be here for a minute. I'll be here for a little bit, but I'm
All right,
done.
brother.
That's it.
Brother Judge Turner says teleporting. Yeah.
Oh, the teleporting. Yes.
Teleported, apported.
Okay.
Yep,
That's the word that is usually teleporting.
that's their power. They have powers.
Oh, now it makes sense. I see the whole
Fallen
time I was
angels.
thinking of creation with teleporting. Yeah, that makes more
Me and my
sense.
brother, man, we used to have nightmares of shoveling that shit, man, because it was pure evil. It's a bad experience.
Yeah, you could say
And, and,
some
her,
bad
gra-
shit.
and her grandmother was with us all day, supervising. She was there with us. We were picking up all the crap.
Mhm.
Yeah, you could say that's some bad shit.
That's some bad shit. I'm talking
Yeah,
about really bad shit.
that was that was that was bullshit. Talk about hell yeah. Oh man, that's crazy.
Man, I wish I had the technology. I would have taken a picture of the shit that we had to shovel.
That would have been something. Abe. Take a picture of that. Have you had a camera?
We just
I
didn't
mean,
have the
I
kind
mean,
of stuff
you never know.
back then. They
This,
had Polaroids,
this is
but yeah.
uh, that will be one hell of a picture, Abe. That'll be
You
yeah.
standing
Let
in
me show you.
you'd be standing in the middle of the both lots, and there's shit all around me. Shit of flies.
Uh-huh. You can explain. We don't have a circus here. We don't have this. We don't have cows. We don't have horses and donkeys and and this man, that could be one. That would be amazing if we had a picture of that. But it was long
Yeah.
ago. Wow.
My brother remembers. We both,
Uh-huh.
man. They had us shoveling shit all day.
Real feces, real dung, not an
4
illusion.
lots, man. 4 lots we had to shovel for 2 days
Dang.
straight. The first one we finished it,
That's,
then it happened again, and we had to reshovel the shit because shit was everywhere again.
dang, man. And then you guys were young, Abe. You guys were little, huh? Were you guys what, about 18 or 15 or something like that? Around there or younger?
Man.
That's hard work for a young,
We were like, when
young.
that happened like in the 70s. We had to be like 7 and 8, man.
Oh,
7, 8 years old.
that was
We were
hard.
young.
That was hard work.
Yeah, we were kids, 7, 8 years old. I mean, if I was 7, my brother was 9. Yeah, I was a little kid. Shoveling all that shit. Picking up the old-fashioned wheelbarrow that weighs more than I do. It's even heavier with the shit on there. Me and my brother had to grab I would grab one side and he would grab the other, and we lifted and we walked the wheelbarrow full of shit to the backyard, to the alley.
Wow, man.
Yeah,
This
we had
is,
blisters, man, and
I believe
I
it, man.
mean, fuck, we're working with blisters, shoving and lifting
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I was just a kid, 7, and my brother was 9.
Oh, man. That's it.
Yeah, I will check Sister
Talk
Madeline
about
after the
that.
show. Yeah,
And it was
and
hard work,
we told
Gabe.
our
It wasn't a
grandmothers,
job.
like, how did this happen, Grandma? If we had the gates locked, because we put locks on the main gate, and the gates that will go into the yards, we had locks, so there's no way in the
Mm-hmm.
world that a animal or that many kind of different animals will go into a yard because it was locked.
Yeah, it's
Chained up.
impossible. Physically impossible. What did your grandmother say, Abe? When you asked her, did she tell you anything?
She would just always try to give us a runaround. She never say like it's a mala
Oh,
or nothing like that. She
oh.
would just like, I think there might have been something happening, spiritual warfare, but
Mm-hmm.
brujas contra brujas,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. All I know is she was already older, but she would
Yeah,
never
okay.
tell us anything. What she would tell us, don't touch it. Just, not
Uh-huh.
to make contact with it,
Uh-huh.
with the crab. You know how, well, people, they find a like a footprint, or they find a crap on the ground and they make contact with it. To the
Mm-hmm.
spiritual aspect of it, you're not supposed to touch it at all,
Uh-huh.
because if it's evil, it's evil. Even the negative residue or the
And
black goo,
yeah.
blood, uh, don't touch it with your bare hands.
Mm-hmm.
It's
And you
negative
know, Abe,
residue.
that has happened before. Uh-huh. Yep. Doing that kind of demonstration of their powers like that, doing that has happened before, Abe, to other people and port, but not to this extent. But yeah, they have done that before, aborted, messing with, harassing people with their, take making things disappear, and objects appear, and various objects appearing from nowhere.
You think
And
that's bad,
but
man?
yours, they did.
There was one evening. I mean, the shit was bad, right? And the noises that they were making, different animal sounds. There was one evening
Uh-huh.
that I was working out outside. It was when I was like 16 already, and I was working out,
Mm-hmm.
and I went inside the house to get a glass of water, and I got a glass of water, finished it real quick, and as I stepped out of my house, I tripped over something, right? And I landed hard.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm going like this on the steps to see what I tripped over,
Mm-hmm.
I touched
Mm-hmm.
something. It was real slimy, and I looked like this. I had blood in my hand, and I thought I was bleeding. Then I touched the
Mm-hmm.
thing again. I was like, what is this? So when I went
Mm-hmm.
to look what it was a donkey's head. The head of a donkey
Oh.
was placed on the table.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking around.
Oh
I'm not seeing
shit.
nobody. So, my brother and
Mm-hmm.
sisters are young, like 2, 5, and everybody's younger than me. So I grabbed the freaking
Uh-huh.
donkey's head and take it to the back alley and throw it over there. Then I go rinse off the blood off my hands with a water faucet from the outside. But I didn't
Uh-huh.
tell them what happened or what I seen. I didn't want to show them the donkey
Yeah.
head. They probably would have got it scared. But yeah, that's like witchcraft, necromancy, right,
Yeah.
to the fullest.
Oh my goodness. I forgot about that one. It was severed, huh? It was a severed donkey's head.
Let me okay. I'll look at. So Paul Louis is. I'll check it out after the show, because it's not letting me get on through my phone. So I'll check it out after the show. Paul Louis 5244.
Hmm. Well, Abe, I'm gonna check
Alrighty,
out
brother.
Abe, and man, I had a good time. I had a good time with you guys, and everybody that's here. This was a good one. Abe, I'll see you tonight, and everybody, and good night, Abe. God bless you, and Texalermy, God bless you, brother, and everybody here. God bless you. Have a good one, and I will see you tonight.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
God
Same
bless.
same to you. See ya.
Good night, fellas. Good night.
Good night.
Bye bye.
So there's some things I'm still trying to wrap my head around because in spirit things can look work very different.
Yeah,
Just like I can see from so much further than I can see physically. I mean, I can wrap my head around a lot of these spiritual matters, but temporary manifestation, I'm still trying to catch that one.
uh, you can type on the rebuke it in Jesus Christ name, man. That's all I can say to you, and that'll show you what it is. Like I said, I should have tied by the rebuke all that the crap was in the yard, but to me, I believe it, whatever was there had some kind of jurisdiction because I don't even think if I prayed it would have disappeared or tied by the rebuke it. It probably would have because that's the power of Jesus Christ, but something was going on there. That something appeared there, showed its presence, and left something behind.
Yeah,
I think it,
you don't really
I
know
think
what's
it might have been dealing with my
what's
grandmother. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm not sure.
is that the same grandmother who had this man coming over with
Yes,
both legs?
same grandmother.
Okay, yeah. So there's probably some history somewhere. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's oh well. But on that note, I think I'm gonna sign off and now
Alrighty, brother. Thank you for jumping on.
uh, yeah, thanks for having me.
I
I
know
appreciate that. And
if I do a show
sorry.
tomorrow, it'll probably be late because I'm gonna go eat some dinner late, at around 8 o'clock with my wife in Waco. So it's gonna be probably maybe around 11. I'm not sure, but we'll do another one tomorrow. But
Yeah,
Friday is Lechusa Bruja Friday. We share stories of all this.
yeah. No rush. Enjoy yourself, and I'll see you when you get home.
Alrighty, brother. God bless.
Okay, thank you, and see you.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed open mic night, brothers and sisters. Don't be shy. For those that have stories, the line's always up. I had the link up on top. But yeah, I noticed all these people trying to infiltrate, but I'm not worried about those people. That's why I see somebody coming in here interrupting the show. I just put them out. Yeah, it's gonna be like a little family gathering at some restaurant up in Waco. Uh, my my wife's granddaughters. Then yeah, it's gonna be like a couple of us going. But that'll be later on tonight. I just want to say thank you for those that tuned in. Thank you, moderators, for doing an awesome job and on booting out the trolls. Guess they must have come out of the woodworks tonight. Like cucarachos. Not even the light was scaring them away. When you have a light, the roaches run away. But anyways, thank you for whoever's here. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for tuning in. Later on tonight, we have Lechusa Bruja night, or we could say it witch harpy night. We talk about all kinds of things in that nature. Spiritual aspect of the balance between good and evil. If people want to come on and join, y'all got a story dealing with anything like that. Well, we're always have the ear to listen. Our ears always open to see what anybody has to say. And saying that, good night. Good night to follow PRT Paranormal Roundtable. I don't know when Brother Josh is going live again. But Brother Paranormal Roundtable. See some of the everybody else that jumps on here. Beyond the Box. Yizzle Mizzle Productions. Ooh, let me see if I can remember everybody's. But yes, and Paranormal Roundtable. And of course, I don't know where y'all see me at, but all the groups that allow me to share on their groups on Facebook. Thank you very much for allowing me to share there. For those who follow my Sure World TikToks under APCS895. And Miss Paula Jones, we'll get to it right now. I will get to see what's going on through YouTube Studio, see if I can fix the problem. In saying that, God bless you. Oh yeah, I forgot everybody else. Let me see. Blondes and Booze, Texas Porch or something Porch. Man, Joe Breezy, and everybody else. I mean, there's so many, you know. But thank y'all for supporting me. This is Brother HCS on CS signing off. Buenos noches. Good morning. God bless. Have a blessed day. Peace out.